Around tariffs, right? Tariffs are a big part of the discussion that we've had since President Trump has come back into office. But the USMCA contains all the rules on intellectual property protection, all the rules on agriculture, all the rules on services trade, all the rules that deal with how we have our customs procedures sort of coordinated between the three countries. So the agreement is the foundation of the integrated nature of our relationship. If it goes away, none of us are bound by those rules anymore. That's why the implications of the agreement going away are enormous.
I think that when USMCA came into effect, enter into force in it was actually seen as the future model agreement by the United States. I think the fact that it includes a provision that we did not have in the North American Free Trade Agreement, which is the possibility of reviewing, makes all the sense in the world. Because in NAFTA, it was sort of, all or nothing. Again, I would emphasize that in the end, USMCA is not perfect, but it works. And I think the past 6 years, we have seen that. Our intra-regional trade has evolved favorably. I think that if you ask a lot of the industries that are relevant for North America, that they would tell you that USMCA is a fundamental tool for them in producing together in North America and exporting to other regions.
Kellyanne, you raise automotive as a really important factor here. Always has been among these three countries. But I think you can't right now discuss automotive, even more so than 6 years ago, without talking about a fourth country, which is China.
Yeah.
And the looming prospect of Chinese exports of automobiles into Canada, as well as ultimately perhaps the United States. Certainly we're seeing it in Europe. So to what extent might the Trump administration see this renegotiation, review of USMCA be a way of creating, I think some of their Canadian friends called it Fortress North America?
President Trump was describing it as a zero-sum game. He wants the auto industry, I want the auto industry, only one of us is going to have it. Now, it's a negotiation, so we'll see where this lands. But I do think that the administration wants a very aggressive change to the rules of origin, which would actually also have a domestic content requirement, meaning some of that car is going to have to be made in the United States to qualify for USMCA. And almost none of that car should be made by any components from China. And that's a way not only to bolster the domestic industry, but also to protect the North American industry from Chinese inputs.
In the case of Mexico, I think going back to the deficit, I think it's important to note, again, data, which is, around 40% on every dollar that is exported from Mexico into the United States is actually a U.S. component. That's a figure that has been there for quite some time. So you have to, again, if you go into the nitty-gritty of the deficit, I think that needs to be taken into account. Since USMCA's first negotiation, I think it became clear that the U.S. wanted to capture a bigger chunk of the growth of the auto industry into the future. And I think that is going to be accomplished. I hope it is accomplished in a way that companies which are really North American, Ford, GM, to mention a few, they operate throughout the Americas. It's done so in a way that they can continue to be competitive worldwide. And if that addresses the concerns by the administration, which I think it's possible, I think we should get to a good place within a few months, hopefully, or certainly within the next 12 months.
You talk about certainty. Businesses, certainly the United States, Canada, and Mexico, want just to know what the rules are, even more than what the rules are specifically. Just know what they are, and they stand fast. What are the prospects of that right now? Because there's also, as I understand it, under the terms of the USMCA, the possibility of like every year you get to redo this thing, take another look at it. And goodness knows President Trump seems to enjoy that process.
Right. Well, I think that if the countries come to an agreement to review and then make modifications to USMCA, then they have the option of renewing it. And if it is renewed, then the next review comes up in 6 years, not 1 year. It sort of extends it for 16 years with another review in 6 years. So I think that that's the way the clause was created. The clause was created with the understanding that all three parties would come every 6 years and say, is it still fit for purpose? Do we need to make modifications? We thought that was the right timing for a variety of reasons. And I still do. I mean, we all lived with the NAFTA that became impossible to modify until it wasn't, until President Trump, and to be fair, he went to a place that people had not been willing to go before, which was to open it up and have a good look at it. And that resulted in a much more modern agreement, that resulted in an agreement that was much more effective, and a mechanism that allows us to look at it every 6 years. So ideally, I think that, I think Canada will work really hard to find some kind of solution that gives us stability, and then we'll look at it again in 6 years.
What are the prospects of the result of this, whenever that happens, being actually enhanced trade among the three countries? Or is the goal instead just not losing what we already have? Is there any goal of using this offensively to have even more and better trade rather than just let's not lose what we've got?
Well, I tend to think that we actually have not seen the benefits of USMCA for a sufficient long period of time. Let me explain why. The agreement went into effect in 2020, right at the time that COVID hit. So that immediately affected our economic business and trade among ourselves. After that stabilized, you're beginning to see, in my view, a pickup in trade and employment thanks to that agreement. I think what we're going to see is tremendous benefits for the three countries. Now, again, I'm not naive. We're not there yet. And I think we're seeing our trade increase even with tariffs nowadays, right? We're seeing investment. President Trump wants, naturally, every leader wants as much investment coming into their country. And that's a central part of the discussion. The US invests around $160 billion. That's the stock of US foreign direct investment in Mexico. Mexico, unknown to many Americans, has about 60. If you normalize that by the size of the economy, Mexico is actually investing more in the United States than in the United States in Mexico. And there are a lot of Mexican companies willing to invest more. And I think that's the certainty of having, the deal for the next 16 years is critical for them. And essentially in all sectors. Even if you talk to the agricultural sector here in the States, they want that certainty also because they export billions of dollars of grains to Mexico.
That does it for us here at Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. See you next week for more stories of capitalism.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak to Rafael Nadal, the tennis star, about how he stayed competitive despite injury.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep playing tennis for 1, for 2, or for 10 years.
One iconic match.
In my mind was, I am almost dead.
And whether he misses playing.
I don't miss tennis because there was nothing else to offer.
So tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
What was it like starting all over again? One day you're in a big company, with a big parent, and then you have to start all over again.
You know, it was really exciting and invigorating. I felt like a young kid again when I started Jones Road. And right before we launched, I definitely had a sudden emotion of saying, uh-oh, what if I'm a one-hit wonder? I was a little scared, but then I just threw it up into the wind and went for it.
Jones Road, where'd that name come from?
Well, I sold the rights to Bobby Brown to Estee Lauder when we sold the company, so I couldn't use it again. So we needed a name because I wanted to launch Jones Road the day my 25-year non-compete was up. I needed a name, and I didn't have one. And I was driving to the Hamptons with my husband. My head was down on Waze, and I looked down, I saw Jones Road, and I said, Jones Road Beauty. He said, I like it. And that's how it became Jones Road.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves.
Coming up, a special July 4th edition of Bloomberg This Weekend, 250 years after America declared its independence.
It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776.
Join us live from the USS Intrepid on the Hudson River, a front row seat for the largest ever peacetime gathering of naval vessels from all around the world.
Seldom in history have the men who made a revolution seen it through.
This day is a celebration of how America came to be.
In 1776, we waged war in behalf of the great principle that government should derive its just powers from the consent of the governed.
A revolutionary idea, the belief that we are all created equal.
And how the American experiment is evolving.
A great experiment takes great determination.
The things that unite us, America's past of which we're so proud, our hopes and aspirations for the future of the world and this much-loved country, these things far outweigh what little divides us.
This morning, hear from public servants and philanthropists.
250 years later, we're the most significant geopolitical, military, cultural, technological, educational power in the world, and maybe the world's ever seen.
Business leaders, historians, and innovators.
This fountain is not a drinking fountain. That's not water. We're at one of the oldest companies in America, ahead of America's 250th anniversary, to talk about bourbon.
And of course, the obligatory food and fireworks. Bloomberg This Weekend starts right now. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend as we celebrate America250, the 250th anniversary of this country. We're coming to you live from the Intrepid Museum overlooking the Hudson River in New York City. I'm David Gura.
I'm Christina Ruffini. It is Saturday, and yes, it is the 4th of July, and sometimes they give me a hard time here because I mess up the date one time. I did it one time.
Hard one to mess up.
One time, but that one I have not messed up. Happy 4th, everyone. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across all our Bloomberg platforms on radio, TV, streaming, Bloomberg.com, and, of course, the Bloomberg Business app.
We are live this morning from 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock a.m. as we watch events from New York to Philadelphia to Washington and all across the United States of America on this semi-sesquicentennial.
I'm sorry, what was that? One more time?
Semi-sesquicentennial, okay. 250th historic anniversary for these United States of America.
That's right, and we're going to be tracking it all here on the Intrepid. We are awaiting the International Naval Review and the Parade of Tall Ships. That's going to be happening right behind us. We will try to wow you with our recently learned maritime knowledge, although David Gura was coming up with some random maritime facts yesterday that I was finding intellectually intimidating. But we're going to move on from that. There will also be an aerial review over the Hudson, led by by the Blue Angels.
You've seen them before.
That's right. They're based in my hometown of Colorado Springs. They're pretty awesome. And then over the next few hours, we're going to hear from influential voices from across the spectrum, from across history, business, and politics, including documentary filmmaker Ken Burns, the CEO of the USO.
Okay.
We've got the president of the Intrepid Museum and the CEO of Pyrotechnica. That's the company hoping, weather holding, to put on the largest fireworks show in American history tonight in Washington,
Yes,
D.C.
weather has been a huge issue here. Humidity, a concern when you're doing a fireworks show like the one they have planned. We're also going to hear from David Rubenstein, and Maryland Governor Wes Moore is scheduled to speak on patriotism in Annapolis a little bit later today. And moments ago here in New York, the famed Times Square Ball made its final drop of the day. Usually, of course, reserved for New Year's Eve. It was lowered 8 times beginning Friday morning to mark midnight in every U.S. time zone.
There was also a spectacular fireworks show over Mount Rushmore last night after a hailstorm. President Trump was in attendance. That's ahead of tonight's events on the National Mall we were just mentioning. If the weather holds, they've already called off a couple of those events today. There's supposed to be a parade due to the extreme heat they're experiencing in Washington.
Dramatic heat across this country. Regular viewers wondering, where is Lisa Mateo? She's in the field this morning live from Coney Island for us all morning long. And Jeff Mason is live at the White House. And Jeff, let's start with what Christina just mentioned a moment ago. There was supposed to be this big parade in Washington, D.C. today. It has been canceled because of heat, these extreme temperatures. That indeed has been the story of many of these Washington-based events. Get us up to speed, Jeff, if you would.
Happy to, David. Good morning and happy 4th to everyone. Yeah, it's hot here. It's hot there, too, I can tell, and hot on the East Coast generally. So that is absolutely having a little bit of a dampening effect on celebrations in the nation's capital. As a White House correspondent, I can also tell you President Donald Trump will be looking closely at the size of the crowd and wanting to discuss that and wanting to call it a really, the historically large crowd. We'll see. There may be some people who decide not to show up tonight because of the heat and because of the heat, the dangers of the heat. And as you say, as a result of that, a few things canceled in Washington today that are part of that 250 celebration. But the fireworks are still on, and the president is still intending to give a speech tonight. In fact, he quipped a little earlier this week that he planned to give a long one just to prove that he could, despite the heat. So be prepared. President Trump is not going to stay in the air conditioning. He is going to head out to the mall this evening to make remarks.
And Jeff, talk to us a little bit. Lisa, we know you're standing by in the heat. We're going to go to you in just a sec. But I do want to recap some of the things we heard from the president last night, because it wasn't your typical 4th of July presidential speech. Usually they go to a naturalization ceremony. It's usually done during the day, and then they kind of go away and just let people celebrate the fireworks. And you don't usually see presidents in the evening. Also, the fireworks have been pushed back pretty late until 11 p.m. Is this to give the president time to make these remarks? And do we know what he's going to say?
So 2 sets of remarks within 2 days. Last night he gave remarks at Mount Rushmore, as you were referencing, and they also had fireworks there. Despite a drought and some pretty, some legitimate concerns about fire and heat in South Dakota as well, although apparently last night I saw it was about 65 degrees, which sounds pretty pleasant compared to what it is here. The president hitting on themes that are not necessarily related to 4th of July. Christina talking about basically some campaign themes for this fall, saying that the threat of communism, or talking about the threat of communism, which is a topic he's brought up repeatedly in the last week after some Democratic Socialists won their primaries, and also deliberately, specifically referencing the midterms and saying that the Republicans shouldn't win the midterms and need to work hard at that. So that's a long way of saying he got political, and he may get political again tonight.
Jeff, you mentioned the comments that he made about communism during that speech last night. Let's just take a listen to what the president had to say.
There is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both.
Comments there from the president, Christina. Indeed, he's spending a lot of time in the Dakotas over these last few days. He was there for the opening of the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library as well.
That's right. You know who's not in a Dakota?
No.
And that is our own Lisa Mateo. She is out in Coney Island. Lisa, we've seen, we were here very early. Our crews were here very early with a big storm sweep in last night. Big props to our team who got this desk back up and running after it was a little bit decimated by the wind. But we have seen some people out on the water again this morning, some people looking like they're getting ready on the ships around us. What are you seeing in Coney Island? Are people already out ready to celebrate this holiday?
People are already out, guys. If you see right behind me, we are here at Nathan's. This is the center for hot dogs. What screams 4th of July more than hot dogs, right? This is where they have their annual hot dog eating contest. But people have been lining up before 6 a.m. They've been on the boardwalk as well. So people are out now enjoying the weather before it changes a little bit later on. But this is the place on Coney Island. Nathan's has been a staple since 1916. And this is where the world's top competitive eaters come every year on this day to scourge down in 10 minutes as many hot dogs as they can eat. We will keep on top of it, but also get more into how Nathan's goes beyond Coney Island, how it's really just a part of American food culture. So stick around, guys. We'll bring you more of that coming up later this hour.
All right, Lisa Mateo on Coney Island. Jeff Mason joining us from the White House. We'll go back to both of them over the course of these next 4 hours. Again, we're going for an extra hour to show a bit of that naval review that's supposed to take place starting in the 9 o'clock hour.
And just so we can make Jeff stand outside for more time.
Tall ships as well. Yeah. Yes, the more that we can do to have people enjoy, I guess I won't say good weather, extreme temperatures that we're facing here now.
All right, joining us now is retired Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan. He served as Director of Navy Staff, and before that, he was Commander of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. And here on set with us on the boat, we've got Professor Robert Snyder. He's Professor Emeritus of American Studies at Rutgers University, Newark. Professor, I want to start with you. Can you tell us about where we are on the Hudson and the significance of this place when we talk about American independence?
We are off Pier 86 on the island of Manhattan, and the Hudson River and New York Harbor played a huge role in the American Revolution and also in New York history. We are where battles were fought out in 1776 and just upriver from where George Washington was rowed to his first inauguration in 1789.
Professor Snyder, how are you thinking about the importance of this day? We've kind of gone back and looked at sort of the 200th anniversary, bicentennial, of course. So how do you think about this in the greater context of American history?
There are two big things that I think about. One is the day we declared our independence from the British Empire. That was a heroic act that has echoed around the world for centuries. Also, I think about the text of the Declaration of Independence in its promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the affirmation of the ideal that all men are created equal.
Admiral Donegan, at the time of the Revolutionary War, the British Navy was unrivaled in the history of the world, and it was a shock to everyone, sometimes possibly even us, that the U.S. was able to come out victorious in that. And I want to ask you, when you look at the state of naval warfare now, is the U.S. still the preeminent naval force in the world, and where is competition coming from?
Hey, Christina, it's a great question. First, thanks for letting me join you today. It's a pretty exciting day. Second, it's pretty clear that the U.S. is the preeminent naval force in the world today, just by sheer numbers of ships, but also by the way we deploy our Navy and where we have it around the world today. So, of course, we're the only Navy that has an array of the aircraft carriers that you see that are so preeminent. When something happens, they move. They're really a maneuver force. They can get anywhere in the world and be there, not just to fight a conflict, really, to deter conflict, but also we deploy our Navy around the world to build relationships. And as you'll see today, we have 40 ships that are gray hulls, plus 40 plus ships that are sailing, the tall vessels that are coming. And these are from navies around the world, relationships we've built for a really long time. So the world recognizes the U.S.'s position in terms of a naval force. And Our competition is coming from, as you would expect, it's coming from China, which tries to emulate us and try to do some of the things we do. And they've built their own aircraft carriers now. But I think they're a long way from getting to the level that we are in terms of not just size, but our capabilities.
Admiral, let me just ask you about what we can expect today. So you mentioned there's going to be this International Naval Review. There's this parade of tall ships as well. We have the aviation component of this as well. So a confluence of major events happening here in New York City today. Could you just speak to the Navy's approach to, again, that Naval Review that we're going to see? The Vice President, J.D. Vance, is going to be in New York for that. He'll be on Governor's Island for that ceremony. What does it mean? What's the importance of that to the Navy, to the military more broadly?
And you can hear some of those. That's the helicopter, NYPD helicopter behind us right now.
Yeah, well, you're in a great location to see everything you just talked about, Christina and David, so couldn't be a better place. Back in 1986, I got to sit in a similar place when we rededicated the Statue of Liberty, and Ronald Reagan and the President of France, Mitterrand, came and lit that statue, and we had a kind of a similar ceremony, but this is even larger than that was. So what's going to happen first is, as you just mentioned, is through the night and over the last couple of days, ships have come, gray-hulled combatants from around the world, from places like Spain and Brazil and Japan and Korea and Germany, and anchored in the harbor. And you can probably see some of them where you are, but they've anchored all up and down the Hudson River, and they've taken these positions. And then the first thing that's going to happen is a U.S. ship will come from the north and sail down the Hudson towards the Atlantic Ocean and do what's called a pass and review. They'll go past each of the ships that are gray-hulled that are anchored. So you'll see them render honors to that passing ship by shooting off cannons and things like that. You'll hear a lot of noise as that ship comes past. And then after it gets down, what you'll see next is now this tall ships, these historic ships of sail, led by the U.S. Coast Guard ship, the Eagle. They'll come in 6-minute intervals. They'll come and sail up the Hudson from the Verrazano Narrow Bridge, past the Statue of Liberty, all the way up to the George Washington Bridge. So that's what you're going to see. It'll be about 40 of those ships go. It'll take quite some time. And then as that gets to a conclusion around 10:15 or so, you'll start to see this aerial review, which has, I'm told, some well over 100, maybe 120 or more airplanes of every airplane, I'm told, that's in the inventory of the United States, plus allied airplanes, plus the French demonstration team, and led by the Blue Angels, will be that aerial review. So there'll be a lot going on today if you're sitting along the Hudson.
Should be quite a show. I hope everybody will stick with us. Professor, I want to ask you kind of about the geography of Manhattan, because we don't really think of this as a port city anymore. But one of the reasons it so quickly became the commerce center of the U.S. was just about geography. What about where this is situated in the waterways made it so conducive to so much trade so early on?
New York City has a terrific natural harbor right off the Atlantic Ocean, but then it's at the mouth of the Hudson River, which takes you by water up to the interior of New York State. And then when the Erie Canal was opened in 1825, you have a water route all the way west to the Great Lakes. In fact, the opening of that canal was one of the great harbor festivals in the history of New York City.
Was it a party comparable to the one we're going to see today?
On the same scale for the 19th century, proportionally, I think so. They poured water from Lake Erie into the Atlantic Ocean and recognized the wedding of the waters that had been wrought by the Erie Canal.
Oh, that's very sweet. All right.
Professor, you were the Manhattan Borough historian. Let me just ask you about this moment from an historian's perspective. How important are events like this in kind of getting us re-engaged with and reanimated in terms of our history?
I think events like a bicentennial or a semi-quincentennial can be really important for engaging both America's past and its ideals in the present and what our prospects are for the future. We did that in 1976. I was around for that bicentennial, and we can do it again today.
Admiral, really quickly, we've got about 30 seconds left. What are you most looking forward to seeing today, and is there something specific folks should be on the lookout for as we see this battalion and flotilla and air show and everything going on?
Oh, I think, what everyone wants to see, of course, is those tall ships coming by, and I think that's going to be the highlight of it because it takes you back in time. And like the professor was saying, I think what's really cool about it, these centennial events really allow us to look back into our past. And, control of the Hudson River was super significant in us in our, quest to be a new nation.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you both so much.
Come back to you in just a bit here. Coming up here, our conversation with documentarian Ken Burns here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Surveillance. What is the worst Fed's response mechanism to inflation that is ticking, inflecting upward, given the fact that this Fed has been incredibly dovish? Are they going to wreck the party? I mean, ultimately, it's easy to be a skeptic, but I might as well join the party and not be so, skeptical, because you're not paid to be skeptical. You're not paid to poke holes. You are paid to just go with the mob.
Have we got that breaking news whoosh that drives across the screen? Can we play that now? Sort of breaking news.
It's the job. Come on.
Bramo, I think, going to look to confirm this, but I think Bramo just turned bullish. Is that what just happened?
I think that it just doesn't pay to be skeptical. You take a look at every single different benchmark.
Okay.
I mean, it's sort of, what are we trading people? We are trading them that you cannot lose, and that seems to be the way to go.
Bulls everywhere this morning, getting very nervous following that.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance, live every weekday.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Brief.
You have semis zigging in one corner, but another, the IGV zagging in the other corner. So you've had this cancellation broadly on the index volatility side. But we've continued to say, you have a guy who's limboing and the limbo stick is 12 inches off the ground. How much further lower can we go for a lot of these metrics like correlation before we see a reflation?
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
We've just launched the first regulated perpetual futures product here in the United States, and the interest has been pretty astronomical. We like to, get things right with our regulators at the CFTC on products before we list them. I think there's a lot of both retail and institutional interest in perpetual futures, and we're likely to see that continue to grow.
How do you distinguish between legitimate informed trading versus insider trading? And we know there's also talks with Congress, like, are you going to ban people who may have special knowledge that the public does not know?
So we prohibit members of Congress from trading on our platform. U.S. law already prohibits members of the U.S. government from insider trading on information that they have. It has been exciting to watch Congress explore legislating in this space, and we're largely supportive of legislative efforts to target those contracts where they may have insider information, and we do that work on the exchange to prohibit and detect that activity already.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto, live Tuesday.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Furniture and home goods retailer Wayfair has long been a heavy hitter in e-commerce. Now it's branching out into brick and mortar stores, and CFO Kate Gulliver loves the challenge.
It is pretty wild to be almost 25 years into the business and be launching an entirely new channel.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance. Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people, the transactions, and the technology. Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. You see the Hudson River behind us. A lot of traffic on the river this morning. The Admiral just a moment ago talking through all the different airplanes we're going to see. We see the Goodyear blimp looming above us now here on the Hudson. So the beginning of a very eventful day. Christina, again, naval review, tall ships, and an aviation review as well.
And you pointed out earlier, we can already see people coming on the ferry pretty early, getting ready to try to get some good spots. But
still cool. Here in New York, that stands to change.
It's actually quite nice, but we don't want to jinx it. But we've got the best spots, so stick with us. We see those tall ships in a bit.
All right, few people have managed to tell the American story better, spanning all of its history, than documentary filmmaker Ken Burns.
That's right. We spoke to the Brooklyn native and Emmy Award winner to get his perspective on this moment in American history.
I was taught a kind of superficial, top-down, kind of sanitized, almost Madison Avenue, bloodless, gallant story. And that's okay to begin with. But I found the more complicated story that much more inspirational and obviously more interesting. You know, we're born in violence. That's the one thing we don't want to, you know, talk about. We accept the violence of the Civil War and the 20th century wars we've been in. But the American Revolution is incredibly bloody revolution and Civil War, and also perhaps the fifth global war over the prize of North America. There's a lot of economics going on here between the 13 colonies that Britain has in the Caribbean that are based on slavery, the less profitable North American ones, though Virginia and South Carolina, trade, obviously tariffs, obviously taxation, obviously representation, obviously inflation, obviously devaluation. It's all going on there in the midst of, you know, what is the most significant revolution in the history of humankind.
I do think that's a good point, because I don't know what it is about reaching middle age. You suddenly get an undying affinity for history. But I was watching your series and reading up on the revolution, and it does seem to have been a much bloodier occasion than we were really led to believe or we were taught. Why do you think that is?
I think it's to protect the big ideas that are coming out of Philadelphia. Somehow we think they're going to be diminished, but they're not. In fact, they're even bigger when you realize the chances, the odds at Lexington and Concord on April 19th, 1775 were 0. And suddenly, 6.5 years later, not so much suddenly, a very long bloody war, they're 100%. How we got there, who was involved, who were the characters. We know the top-down people, but they're presented to us as these kind of perfect marble statues, and therefore they're not accessible. If you make them human and dimensional, then they're suddenly accessible. We can be like them, but we can also find out that there's scores of other people that we introduce you to who are teenagers, little girls, French soldiers, American GIs, if you will, women, 50% of the population. They're there at every battle, as our children. It is an amazing, amazing story, and how we beat one of the great powers, the most far-flung empire on earth, Great Britain, is one of the marvels, and with ideas that had never been tested. No, everybody was a subject under authoritarian rule, and all of a sudden we were suggesting, nope, you could be a citizen. It's as powerful it could get, and it's something to really celebrate on the 4th. 250 years is a magnificent achievement to have gotten there, and I think even in times of division, you want to go back and find out your origin story. That helps you sort of figure out where you are, you know, where you come down on the big questions, you know.
And maybe because that story is more multifaceted than we may have initially been taught. I know your new series, The American Revolution, it's centered on all of this, but the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We have a quick clip, and then I'm going to ask you another question.
The American Revolutionary Movement served as a model for freedom from oppression.
America is predicated on an idea that tells us who we are, where we came from, and what our forebears were willing to die for.
Colin said no taxation without representation. The fear was, if we give in to this precedent, what will they do in the future?
Crisis changes people. It gave different people different ideas about what they should be doing.
It gave them a space to make this democracy real.
The founders thought we can start over again. We can begin the world anew.
One of the other predominant narratives when we learn this as kids is it's all these great men. You know, it's a handful of great men who did this. But in your documentary, and as I'm learning more about it, it was great men, but it was also all of us. It was everyone. It was all kinds of regular people. Do you think that's why the documentary has been so popular? We were talking before we came on about the response to this.
Well, the response has just been stunning. And yes, I think it is. Everybody likes a complicated story. Everybody likes, you know, Yellowstone with all its characters and dynamics. And what you don't want is to have your sense of George Washington just being the marble statue out there collecting pigeon, you know what, in the park. You get to know him as a human being. He's dimensional. And despite the fact that we have 400 first-person voices read by 61 of the finest actors in the world bringing to life these people, including including all of the other folks that are never mentioned in our textbook. In the end, one of the more exhilarating parts of this is you get to say, we don't have a country without George Washington. And you begin to understand, you know his flaws, but you also know his unbelievable strengths. And so much of what we're going to be celebrating on Saturday comes and issues from his humility, his great powers of persuasion to have men fight in the dark of night and to fight for a cause that nobody had ever championed before in the history of humankind, to make people from New Hampshire and Georgia realize they were from the same country, not different countries as they thought, to defer to Congress, and then at the height of his military power to give that up, and the height of his political power to give that up. And even George III, he's not the crazy person that we think from Hamilton in our textbook, but a really interesting monarch, says, well, if he did that, George Washington, then he is the greatest character of the age. And guess what? He is. And so all of these revelations, just about the so-called ordinary people, the bottom-up folks who are making this possible, but also those top-down, bold-faced male names that are there at Philadelphia, deserve complexion, deserve complication, deserve to understand what's going on in their lives personally and what they are, flaws, warts and all. Nobody's perfect, and the idea that we've made our founders perfect has then made it harder for us to actually get inside the revolution and participate in what is truly one of, I mean, I said on the road, we say in the film it's the most consequential revolution in history. I've said in the last year and a half of being out promoting it that it's the most important event since the birth of Christ.
I want to ask you, you have done so many documentaries on so many different significant moments in America's 250-year history. I think about the Civil War, which aired more than 30 years ago, Vietnam War documentary. When you look at those really divided times in American history, how does that compare to where we are now?
Christina, that's the question for the moment, because I think that all of us have a kind of arrogance. Those in the present sort of think, oh, it's the best or the worst. This couldn't be, you know, the sky has fallen. We're way more divided during our revolution than we are now. Way more divided, as you suggest, in the Civil War, in the period after Civil War called Reconstruction, which I'm working on a film series about right now, during the Vietnam period, other times of great stress and trauma. And so I think what happens when you're in crisis, you want to go back as an individual and go to that pastor, that professional who's going to ask you very first thing, where'd you come from? Who are your parents? What's your origin story? And I think by going back to the origin story, it can give us some strength to go forward. And clearly it's working. You know, for the first time in history, a PBS program entered the top 10 of streaming shows back in November when we first broadcast, with extraordinary numbers, more than 20 million old-fashioned broadcast viewers. And that represented 565 million minutes of streaming. It's now well over 4 billion. People are starved for a sense of where we were so that we can know where we are. Just think about it almost as mathematics or astronomy. You're going to fix where we are right now by knowing more about where we were. You can't possibly know where you are unless you know where you are, where you've been, and more importantly, where you may be going.
I do want to ask what your thoughts of how people are approaching history in this country at this moment, especially given that you work for PBS. The funding there has been cut. It is, I don't think of your documentaries as politically controversial, but more and more trying to tell even a neutral story can be very difficult and very fraught, especially with these topics. How do you navigate that?
Well, it's always been tough, but it's more tough for us inside. You know, Mark Twain said history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. It means we're constantly working on things that are rhyming. Sometimes those rhymes last throughout the entire production and will last for the entire life of the film. Sometimes, you know, there's a German wife of a German officer coming to the United States who's fearful that Americans eat cats. So if the film had come out last year in 24, or in the fall of 24, a year and a half ago, you know, that was the operative thing, Americans eating cats. It's long gone, nobody mentioned it, and that was it. So we are very, very conscious of not putting our thumb in the scale. We don't have a political axe to grind. I've taken stuff out because I don't want it to be misinterpreted as somehow a political commentary, and that's why we've attracted people young and old, both sides of the aisle. But we are in a period where people are trying to limit the history, saying it's only one kind of history, which is the way it has worked throughout American history. And quite frankly, though the funding cutbacks contracts for PBS have really made it tough for us. We're not going anywhere. This has been a huge, big win for them. And we have the opportunity to tell stories that I can't tell anywhere else. I could go to a streamer, I could go to a premium cable and ask, for $30 million to make a film on the Vietnam War, but they're not going to give me 10 and a half years to make it. There's going to be layers of suits telling me how to make it. And I'm as proud of that film as any I have ever done because of the complexity that went into it and because of the fact we were able to avoid the narrow partisan politics that afflict our daily news. And that's what Americans want to have. What's the long view? What happened? I mean, I had a friend come up to me in the 2008 meltdown, which I'm sure you remember, in early October of 2008 and said, and he was in the financial services, he said, this is a depression. And I looked at him and I said, in the Depression, and I'd studied the Depression, 4 or 5 of the various films that I've worked on. I said, in the Depression, in many American cities, the animals in the zoo were shot and the meat distributed to the poor. When that happens, I'll say we're in a depression. But for right now, it's a painful, really serious, very deep recession. But you could see his face change, his countenance change. There was a little bit lighter step, as if, the sky isn't falling. And I think this is the great gift of history, and everybody is interested in that gift. It doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter how old you are, how rich you are, what your sex is. It's a good story is a good story is a good story. And may I say, Christina, there's no better story than the story of how we came into being.
The man knows how to wrap up soundbite. I'll give him that. Yeah, I had no more questions after that. I couldn't think of a better way to end. I do think it's interesting that in the time of micro attention spans, these epic documentaries he's making are just getting more and more viewers.
It's interesting. I've got young kids, and we have rolled out the Civil War with them, and I think I was very curious how that would play in this day and age in light of what you're talking about, the way that our attention spans have changed. Totally. But I think it's still quite gripping. I mean, the way in which the way that he makes films. What is harder, I think, is finding the time in our lives to sit down and watch it, and that's the thing that takes effort. But in terms of it being engaging, I mean, he's an incredible minded master at doing that.
Well, and remember, we didn't get to it because we were talking about so many other things, but that Ken Burns effect, which is in every phone, that move on the photos, it's called that because he invented that. Previously, when you used archival photos, they would just sit on them, and he figured out a way to kind of bring them to life. And he said it took him 10 years to make the Civil War.
Incredible. And there's some anecdote about Steve Jobs showing him that effect when Apple put it in. And I think he was very amused by that. I don't know if he got any remuneration for that, but anyways, it has become a thing. It's entered the popular lexicon.
That's lovely. All right, you can hear the helicopters up behind us, but what is the 4th of July without a cookout and hot dogs? That's right. New York Times food writer Kathleen Squires joins us with some samples because it's never too early to eat hot dogs here on Bloomberg This Weekend. We'll be right back.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
Humanoids are particularly interesting for many reasons. One is that they can actually go into regular everyday environments, which were designed for humans. The other reason from the machine learning perspective is that humanoids have the shape of humans. So perhaps we can learn from humans doing different tasks and transfer that onto humanoids.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Deals.
I think the politicization of antitrust at the state level is gaining as we go through time. I just think companies need to be prepared with their messaging to make sure that what they're saying about their deals not only appeals to shareholders, but also appeals to labor unions, appeals to consumer advocates, and all the other stakeholders in that state ecosystem.
Are there deals that you've looked at, that you've maybe advised on, or you've said, look, this looks possible that it'll get past federal regulators, but it won't in the state, and that's a reason maybe to not pursue a deal? Is that occurring right now?
I think the conversation is more about, here's an area where you may run into some friction, and here's some steps that you may want to take in the planning process to make sure that when you encounter that friction, you're fully prepared to deal with it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Deals live every week.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard,
oh boy,
can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster. My career might stop, but I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend from the Intrepid Museum on the Hudson River here in New York. We're going to head back to Coney Island where Lisa Mateo is there. I had a big event later this morning. Lisa, before we get into the event that I'm alluding to, this hot dog eating competition, just give us a bit of history of Coney Island. It's a place that I go to walk and swim from time to time. But share a little history of the place before we get into the contest itself.
Yeah, you got it, guys. And it's best to send the Brooklyn girl to Coney Island, bringing back so many memories here. But this is a place of 350 businesses, 50,000 residents. But the history here goes so deep. The boardwalk first opened in 1923, and it has survived the Great Recession, the Great Depression. It has survived it all with so many amazing landmarks. Of course, you have, yes, the Brooklyn's Eiffel Tower, as a lot of people around here call it. That's the parachute jump. It is closed, been closed since the 1960s, but it is a staple and a landmark out here. The boardwalk is a New York City official landmark. There is the Cyclone, which I've ridden so many times I can't even tell you. The Wonder Wheel, too, on top of it. But on top of it also are the businesses, the restaurants, the people, and that's what a lot of people talk about here. Got to also tell you about the amphitheater as well, the competition, of course, for the hot dog eating contest. We'll get to that a little bit later, but you can see the stage kind of setting itself for the 4th of July because every Friday they host fireworks here at night. The Coney Island Alliance does. And then on the 4th of July, they're actually hosting extra fireworks today. So more for people to enjoy.
All right, Lisa, I'm going to have you take me out to Coney Island because I've never been.
Go to
and
a
it's on my list.
game.
I really want to go. She seems like the expert. You don't do our weekend adventures, but
No.
Lisa and I went to a spa and a cold plunge without you, so our next weekend adventure will be Coney Island. We do, of course, have to talk about the hot dogs. As you can see, or maybe not see, we've got all of them in front of us. We're about to go through them, but how did this start, this hot dog eating contest of worldwide renown that you are about to bear witness to?
It has. I mean, Nathan's itself is just a staple here. It's been here for more than 100 years. It started from a Polish immigrant by the name of Nathan, who opened up a hot dog cart for hot dogs that were a nickel. Yes, 5 cents. Of course, the price has gone up since then. But it's just a part of the area here. People started coming here in 1972. They held the first hot dog eating contest. That was in 1972. The winner actually ate about 14 hot dogs. Just to give you an idea of how this has grown since then, the men's eating contest record, they have to eat how many hot dogs they can in 10 minutes. The record for the men's is 76. The record for the women's is 51. So that kicks off later on here for today. But it's just become people coming from all over the world. I want to point out, for those of you watching on TV, behind me, over my shoulder here, there's a family who came all the way from Wisconsin. He brought his 3 daughters. They're all wearing hot dog hats, and they told their dad, you know what? This has been something you watch every year. We're going to drive down. They drove 15 hours to get here to just watch this contest and bring their dad so he can experience it live. There's another guy in front of them who is from Scotland. Came all the way from Scotland here, not for the World Cup. He came here for this contest. So it just goes to show you how many people come out here for this, guys. But I got, my whole plate here of hot dogs. Let me bring it up for you. Here we go. So I don't think I can eat this many, but just to give you a little flavor for the contest.
Lisa, I know that you are our resident protein expert, but I would like to encourage you not to try to eat. You said 76 was the men, 50-something for the women. Please don't do that. I think you probably could if you wanted to, but I'm begging you, please don't do that. All right. Thank you, Lisa. Hang in there. Maybe feed the crew. All right. This is a holiday that does usually involve some form of grilling. And even though we don't have a grill out here with us, we do have hot dogs.
There are a lot. You're right on the table. And we have somebody with us who knows an awful lot about hot dogs. That's Kathleen Squire. She's a food writer for Wirecutter at the New York Times. She has tested, you yourself with a team, 31 different hot dogs, all beef, and rated them. We're going to get into sort of the hierarchy of all of this. But let me ask you first about the snap. How much does the snap of a hot dog matter?
The snap of the hot dog is the number one thing that matters. That nice texture when you bite into it and it snaps. That's what a hot dog should be all about.
So which of the ones that you rated, was that the number one qualifier? What were the categories you used to rate the different hot dogs?
Texture, the snap was a category. The flavor, of course, the balance of the spicing, and appearance, how it sat in the bun, how it mingled with condiments.
How it mingled. Sounds very elevated.
So we have them right here, the Sabret.
Yes.
Which we see around New York City. If you walk around and see hot dog carts, often they are serving. Walk us through why that is the hot dog of excellence here.
That was the winner, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sabret is a New York classic. You'll see the blue and yellow umbrellas all over town. And we thought it had the best snap, the best balance of flavor. It's very New York. It kind of tastes like pastrami.
Okay.
Yeah.
And price-wise, is it high, low, in the middle?
It's in the middle.
Okay.
I think, though, if in town, it's quite reasonable. But if you try to get them, if you live on the West Coast, let's say, they're a little more pricey.
It's like an import.
Exactly. You're paying for the shipping.
High-end import. Walk us through the tasting process. So I joked, have you tasted all 31?
Yes.
Do you ever want to look at a hot dog ever again?
I'm sitting here right now having one.
We're forcing you. But I mean, did you and hot dogs have to have a bit of a hiatus?
I think maybe we'll take a little break after the holiday. But it's July 4th.
But pull back the curtain for us, the Wirecutter curtain. How does this process work? When you're testing a product like this one, what goes into that? And sort of what does your team look like and what are they doing?
Okay, so there were 8 taste testers on our panel. We came from all over the U.S., Indiana, California, Texas, New York. We're
broad
Chicago.
Geographic diversity.
Diversity of dog and testers.
Yes, exactly. Okay. We do blind tastings, so we really don't know which hot dog we're tasting as we taste them and making our notes. And so we started by tasting the dogs in their purest form, just kind of boiled, cut up into pieces.
No bun.
No bun, no condiments. And then we narrowed down to 11 finalists, which we put in a bun, used our toppings of choice, but we had to be consistent with those. And then we judged how they sat in the bun and, again, how they mingled with the condiments, and we came up with our 5 picks.
I imagine your Chicago-based tester had some opinions on what should be on a hot dog.
Yes. This is very contentious,
Yes.
what you are allowed to put on a hot dog.
Absolutely.
You guys also you rated regional hot dog toppings. You did a bracket of 8 styles.
Yes.
And Seattle won by a 2-1 vote over
What are the
Cincinnati.
Seattle toppings?
I have no idea what a Seattle hot dog topping would
That
be.
really threw us for a loop. The Seattle dogs are so delicious. They are split, they're butterflied.
Okay.
So when you put the toppings on, they really kind of soak them up and get in there. There's cream cheese in the bun, which is a shocker.
I'm sorry, what?
But yes, they spread the bun with cream cheese. But again, it's delicious. It kind of all comes together. And there's jalapenos involved, which give it a beautiful, nice crunch, some onions. It's a great dog.
Where can one obtain a Seattle dog in the city? Now I feel like I got to find one. I'm not getting to see. I got to go to Seattle for this hot dog.
You got to go to Seattle, I guess.
The one that I see missing here is the Vienna beef hot dog. This is a tried and true Chicago brand of hot dog. Can I get them in New York? And why are they on your list of
Did we have a hard time getting them?
I think you can. They're hard to track down.
You can't get them in your local grocery store, but you can order them online, like through Goldbelly, or there's other places that can ship them to you.
Why is this such a quintessential American food?
Hot dogs are so American because think about their history. They came here via immigrants, like in the mid-19th century. And then because Americans are such individualists, we all across the nation put our own spins on them. And that's where the toppings come in and kind of the discussion of toppings.
It's amazing. It's a blank slate.
Got 30 seconds left here. How do you prepare yours? Boiled, grilled, and what do you put on your dog? No ketchup?
No ketchup for me. I'm a mustard-only gal. I grill them. I love grilling. So I love the smoke that the grill imparts in a hot dog.
You were saying before, you did all beef, but there's infinite varieties of hot dogs.
Infinite varieties. There's turkey hot dogs. There's pork hot dogs. There's pork blend, pork chicken blends. There's vegan hot dogs out there.
I say at the risk of getting canceled, I do like the tofu hot dogs.
All right.
They're pretty tasty.
We won't cancel you here.
Oh, I'm getting hearts from some of our producers.
I'm sorry.
See? There's some tofu hot dogs. Thank you so much for coming on.
We'll have you back for round 2. We'll do the turkey dogs next, maybe.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Kathleen Squires of Wirecutter, joining us here on set on the Intrepid, I should say, as we do our broadcast on the 4th of July. And we would not have the Declaration of Independence without Thomas Jefferson. And our friend and colleague David Rubenstein sat down with a Thomas Jefferson impersonator to have a conversation about the import of this anniversary. That's coming up next on Bloomberg This Weekend. Stay with us.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in Season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch Season 2 on all these lovely channels.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream, and a lot of dreams are, you know, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years and you're in the penthouse. That doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. You don't start on the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
It's a $75 billion IPO, the largest in history. I think it presages the beginning of a pretty sizable wave of IPOs, which we're excited about. And I also think it shows you that the capital markets, led by the U.S. capital markets, but the global capital markets are demonstrating a willingness to finance this AI infrastructure build and this build in space, which is quite exciting.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend. We are here live on the Hudson from the USS Intrepid, once a carrier, now a museum and a carrier. We're out here on the deck with a front row seat for what should be the largest naval demonstration in history. We have a bunch of tall ships and a bunch of larger naval vehicles that have been coming up and down the Hudson. You just saw two. David, you were telling me where those were because I don't know New York geography.
Just north of here, toward the George Washington Bridge. Okay. And so, yeah, it's a confluence of, yes, the Naval Review, the tall ships, and then an air show on the heels of that. So it'll be a busy morning here on the Hudson River. Usually this is kind of filled with sailboats, maybe some kayakers, some tourist boats as well, but this is a much busier day.
I'm very excited to see the tall ships. They wouldn't let me break in and climb up on one of the masts and live out my pirate dreams.
It's been wild to see because they've been coming in underneath the Verrazano, so going along, hugging the Brooklyn coastline and making their way into the harbor. We're going to see that take place a little bit later this morning as well.
I was reading, one of our fabulous producers put together what we're calling the boat book, and I was reading up on these ships last night. So many of them were built fairly recently. I was surprised in the 30s, 40s, 60s, even in the 70s. So even though they look like massive throwbacks, they're all pretty new.
From Italy and Ecuador, Peru, and a lot from the United States as well. So we will do our best to identify flags as they pass by in a little while's time.
We're gonna test our naval knowledge. But first, we're going to talk about one of our founding fathers, and that's Thomas Jefferson. Of course, he was the primary drafter of the Declaration of Independence when he was 33 years old, if you just wanted to feel underaccomplished today. But that was something he was immensely proud of. In fact, on his tombstone, which we're going to show you, the first mention is the Declaration, followed by his work in Virginia, not that he was the United States president.
And I should say here, he was the president of the University of Virginia, the first founder and president of the University of Virginia as well. I'm massively proud of that,
Monticello, of course, is down there, a place he loved and visited often.
Yes, indeed. David Rubenstein, host of the David Rubenstein Show on Bloomberg Television, recently sat down with Thomas Jefferson, as portrayed by Bill Barker. And David started his conversation by asking the founding father about his legacy.
On your epitaph, that you prepared, it's on your tombstone, it didn't even say you were President of the United States. The first thing it says is author of the Declaration of Independence. So you're more proud of being the author of the Declaration of Independence than having served as president. Is that right?
Well, thank you. Yes, I hope so. Any public office is received with the honorarium, the public trust of our people, their constituency, to serve as a public servant, even in the highest office. It's no different than a justice of the peace in that regard. And so, no, I do not want to be known for any public office. I served for 40 years in various capacities. Rather, I would like to be known for gifts that I have provided mankind.
I see. On July the 4th, 1826, you're 83 years old, and you're not in good health, and you died a few hours before John Adams died, I think around 10:30 in the morning, something like that. Are you seeing that as a sign from God that both of you died on July the 4th, 1826, 50 years today after the Declaration was agreed to? And did you take that as a sign from God that maybe the Declaration was a good thing to do? and he was rewarding you by letting you both die on the same day 50 years later?
I don't know whether I would go so far to make a comment with respect to ecclesiastical laws and the supreme being, the architect of the universe, except to say 50 years to the vote on our Declaration of American Independence, perhaps the last line offers some fulfillment. And in support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
People have really respected you. Mount Rushmore, the coin, the $2 bill, the Jefferson Memorial, and Monticello. Are you surprised that you're being treated with such reverence, or do you think it's appropriate given what you've done for the country?
Well, may I say, sir, if you're suggesting my image upon coin, my image upon script on money, a $2 bill, sounds to me rather Hamiltonian, does it not? And very much in opposition to my opinion as to what we must or should provide as a likeness on any coin or script. But I suggested that the only likeness of any individual upon our coinage or even on script should be one of our fauna. Animals and mammals of our nation with whom we're a buffalo. I would welcome a buffalo.
David Rubenstein conversation there with Thomas Jefferson. Robert Snyder back with us here, historian on set with us. And I wanted to ask you just about when you acknowledge an event like this, how you look at history, warts and all. And I think of Thomas Jefferson, recent history. There's been a more fulsome inspection of his history. How do you think about history in that kind of wider context in a moment like this?
I recently taught a class on the Declaration of Independence, and the first things my students jumped on is how could he write those beautiful words and then enslave hundreds of people? And we talked about that contradiction, and it's a massive contradiction, and there's a kind of hypocrisy in Jefferson that we're sensitive to today. But at the same time, I think the important thing to recognize is that Jefferson himself wrote important words that successive generations of Americans would try to put into practice. Above them all, Abraham Lincoln, with his speech at the Gettysburg Address, talking about a new birth of freedom that would be fuller and more complete than the one wrought by the Declaration of Independence.
And Ken Burns was telling us that, you know, we idolize and we've put these founding fathers up on a pedestal, and there's this reticence to talk about any of their flaws or any of the things we did wrong. But he says that's a mistake because it makes what they did seem so unattainable that you can't pursue, you know, similar deeds. Do you agree with that? Do you think knowing more about these people is better?
Absolutely. In their own time, they had bitter debates with each other. They differed over a lot of things.
Some of them really didn't like each other.
That becomes really clear once you study the revolutionary generation.
Robert Steiner, great to have you with us, Professor Emeritus at the University of Rutgers University in Newark, here with us on set, former Manhattan Borough historian. Great to have your perspective here on this important day, on the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We're coming up at 8 o'clock here in New York City.
That's right. The next hour of Bloomberg This Weekend starts right now.
It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves.
Coming up, a special July 4th edition of Bloomberg This Weekend, 250 years after America declared its independence.
It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776.
Join us live from the USS Intrepid on the Hudson River, a front row seat for the largest ever peacetime gathering of naval vessels from all around the world.
Seldom in history have the men who made a revolution seen it through.
This day is a celebration of how America came to be.
In 1776, we waged war in behalf of the great principle that government should derive its just powers from the consent of the governed.
A revolutionary idea, the belief that we are all created equal.
And how the American experiment is evolving.
A great experiment takes great determination.
The things that unite us, America's past of which we're so proud, our hopes and aspirations for the future of the world and this much-loved country, these things far outweigh what little divides us.
This morning, hear from public servants and philanthropists.
250 years later, we're the most significant geopolitical, military, cultural, technological, educational power in the world, and maybe the world's ever seen.
Business leaders, historians, and innovators.
This fountain is not a drinking fountain. That's not water. We're at one of the oldest companies in America, ahead of America's 250th anniversary, to talk about bourbon.
And of course, the obligatory food and fireworks. Bloomberg This Weekend starts right now.
Welcome to a special edition of Bloomberg This Weekend. It is 8 a.m. here in New York. We are live from the Intrepid Museum. I'm Christina Ruffini.
I'm David Gura. Lisa Mateo is live from Coney Island this morning. We are here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence as this country's semi-quincentennial.
And if you'll notice, every time that comes up, David has to say it because I am absolutely refusing because the odds of me getting that right they're not high.
I have committed to memory here. We are on a former Essex-class aircraft carrier, one of just over 2,600 national historical sites here in the great city of New York City, in the United States, I should say. And this was a ship before it became a museum just a few decades ago.
That's right. It served in 3 separate wars. It became a museum in 1982. And here to talk with us about it is Susan Marinoff-Zauser. She is the president of the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. Okay, this carrier was in operation from 1943 into 1970s. It served in World War II, the Cold War, Vietnam, and my favorite anecdote from reading up last night is it even served as a temporary command center for the FBI during 9/11, the September 11th attacks.
It did.
For you, what are some of the highlights of this vessel?
I mean, in addition to that, too, it was a NASA space recovery vessel for both the Mercury and a Gemini capsule, and their astronauts. So it really served that literal sea, air, and space. There are just so many amazing parts about what we do, and I always say, look, we get over 1 million visitors a year, and that's amazing. But it's what's on the inside of our steel walls. That's the heartbeat of
what's
who
on the
we
inside
are.
that counts.
It's what's on the inside that counts, exactly. And so, I mean, we bring in over 100,000 kids a year. We teach them STEM education. We utilize our artifacts. We utilize the histories of people who served. I mean, 50,000 men served on this ship, and it was only men at the time. And we teach them about what the innovations were, what the technology was, and we relate that to today, and we relate it to what we think is going to be tomorrow, so we can inspire that next generation of scientists, of engineers. We advocate for women in STEM because it's known that women drop out of STEM much earlier than boys do. And so there's so much that we do here. We have access programs where we do sensory sensitive programmings on Saturday mornings for those with disabilities, those with cognitive disabilities. And of course, we honor our veterans. And seeing our veterans walk around, we have our own former crew members that still volunteer here. That's amazing.
Cool.
Oh, it's amazing. That is a heartbeat, if I talk about heartbeat. And they talk to our visitors, and our visitors get that real sense of what service was like then and what you can do with the innovation, the technology, and service today.
You drive down the West Side Highway, maybe you see a Norwegian cruise ship, you see all of these piers. How did this ship come to be here on this pier? You've got a long-term lease with the city of New York. We owe it to the Fisher family, principally, but how did they get this vessel here? How did they make it into a museum?
100%. I mean, in 1974, it was decommissioned. In 1982, it was brought over because the Fisher family, Zachary Fisher, salvaged the museum. He couldn't serve himself, and so he figured out this was his way to serve.
And it was going to be scrapped,
It was going to be scrapped, and who knows, could have been all the razor blades that we're still using today. But yes. And so they salvaged it, and then they gifted this to New York City, and ending up being really the world. We have visitors from all over the world. As you'll see today, the ships are coming in from all over the world, an appropriate moment for all of us. And really the mantra was to make this a place where kids can learn about civics, about service, about something that's bigger than themselves. And what we were able to do was take these amazing aircraft, take all the collections, and say there's also innovation and technology in those generations. Think about what was done with no internet, no, anything of that kind of engineering source. And let's figure out how we relate that to today, keep that inspiration going, perpetuate all of these lessons. There's still something so important about tactile, tangible, that I don't think everybody gets the way that they used to get. I mean, so that's in large part we feel our responsibility.
I wanted to ask you about a couple of things that I thought were neat. Is it true that the deck was made of wood during World War II, and one of the reasons is so it could be more easily repaired if it took hits? They could find find scrap and kind of put it back together.
Yes, I would say that, but it was also just the time, and that was what it was made of then. But when Vietnam and the later eras of aircraft began being developed, they needed a longer and a better, stronger flight deck, and that's when it became steel. But so the wood was what it was made from. That was historical, and we actually have some flight deck wood still kind of in our galley, I'll say, too, as little treasures. Yeah,
we'll have to go find some.
You talked about all of the programming you do. I think a big priority of you, having running this museum, is elevating it to a larger stage in the world. I think there was a presidential debate here, or a presidential event previously. So how do you think about just sort of its place, yes, in the city of New York, but in the world more broadly?
I think we all still pinch ourselves a little bit. I started here 23 years ago, and it was absolutely this niche museum. It was really incredible. But the team here has developed a level of relevance, and our mantra here is really remain unique, important, and relevant. And so for the world, we utilize the sense that we were a recovery vessel for NASA. We have a space shuttle. We have the Enterprise
is here.
That's exactly the original that tested. Well, it tested the separation and landing, which was the very first thing that had to happen before anything else can happen with a reusable aircraft. And so we really tried to work with everything we have here, but we're also creative. So the word adjacent. We work with adjacent types of exhibits as well. Underwater archaeology, which is a fascination, but it relates to space and it relates to everything that we do here. And so we have made it relevant for the world to understand that this isn't just an artifact that's sitting here in the river. This is a place of history, but it's a place of the future as well.
Before I let you go, you were also the New York, New Jersey venue director for the 1999 Women's World Cup, which was this huge moment for American women's sports. Mia Hamm, that then controversial,
Brandy
now seems so ridiculous. The ripping off the shirt with
Brandy Chastain.
You can walk down the river and see 1 million women working out in that outfit
That's
now.
exactly right.
Talk to us about what it was like being involved in such a pivotal moment in history and your reflections on this World Cup here in the U.S.
I was at a conference and somebody said that the last World Cup was the 1994 World Cup, and I was like, no, the last World Cup was 1999 Women's World Cup. Listen, that was a moment too when we needed those women to be role models, and that's a lot about what we are about here is having role models that are mentors for our young women. But that was a moment that propelled women into sports, and listen, there were still failures because people didn't believe in it for television rights, for instance, when the WUSA launched at first. And so now, though, those women that were on that original team, that 99 team, and then became part of that WUSA, oh my gosh, they are strong, incredible leaders, and they were first, and they brought other people with them so that they weren't last.
It's funny that somebody asked me if I could name a man on the U.S. men's team, and I couldn't, but I can name a bunch of women. I can name some on this team and some on that team. Yeah, exactly.
So, that was an amazing launchpad for all of women in women's sports.
Susan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for being here.
We're really excited to be here.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, in just a few hours, the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library is going to open to the public. A long time coming. It's in remote Medora, North Dakota.
That's right, and it doesn't look like a traditional museum. It blends almost seamlessly into the Badlands, and the structure itself is actually made of rammed earth, and that's in tribute to the 26th president's passion for nature and conservation. There's a walking path on top of the structure, and, because you can't get enough AI, an AI Teddy Roosevelt visitors can interact with. Joining us now is Robbie Lauf. He's director of the museum. Thank you so much for having us. It's been a big week for you guys. What is your favorite part of the place you now work?
Well, good morning and happy 250th birthday to the greatest country in the history of the world. It is an honor to be with you today to celebrate our grand opening, which has been many years in the wake coming, as you just mentioned. My favorite thing is introducing hundreds of thousands of people every day to the Badlands that created TR and getting them outside because they came to one of the world's most beautiful buildings telling the life and legacy of perhaps our greatest president. So connecting people to the outdoors is what TR would want us to do, and it's what we do right here in Medora.
Robbie, let me ask you the basic question here I think a lot of people will have, which is why North Dakota? Why is this a place that you associate with Teddy Roosevelt? I think a lot of folks right now probably don't.
Well, the reason is not perhaps best for me, it's best from TR. He said he would never have been president if it wasn't for his time in North Dakota. So we decided to build a presidential library to the place that created the man who saved the conservation movement and created one of the greatest treasures in American history, which is our beautiful national park system. So he spent a little over 2 years of his life here, which perhaps is less than New York, but he said it was where the romance of his life began. And when he was asked at the end of his life, is there only one place or one time he could relive, he would relive his time as a rancher in Dakota Territory. So perhaps the library could have been built in great American cities like New York or Washington, D.C., but we think TR would want it to be at the entrance of the only national park named after a person in the entire system, which is TR National Park right here in Medora, North Dakota.
It also seems to go to just the vibes of the man. I mean, he is associated with wilderness, with conservation.
Rugged individualism.
A rugged guy. You know, he had asthma as he was a kid, and he did all these sports and things to try to toughen up, and that was such a big part of his legacy. But when you look at this museum, your CEO has called it a digital library for an analog president. What did he mean by that?
Yes. Well, we think that we want to build a 21st century institution that utilize things like AI so you can actually have a conversation with TR. You can go through photo stations that put you in different places across the life and legacy of this incredible man. We want to make sure that anybody, if you're in Medora or if you're in Russia or Japan or any place in the country of the United States, you can connect online to the entire digital history of perhaps our most writingest president, the person who used media differently than anyone before, was the first technologically innovative president, was the first one to ride a submarine, to hop in an airplane, to travel overseas. This guy looked 150 years into the future. So does this institution. So we are trying to not only look back at history, but be a 21st century cultural institution that connects you to a whole new wave of technology. So we want this to be a museum that kids drag their parents to, not parents drag their kids to. So TR was a kid himself. I mean, he was as active as anybody. He was the youngest president in American history. So we're using forward-thinking technology to tell that story, to reconnect a new generation of people to American history, and perhaps to innovate an entire industry.
Robbie, I can't help but bookend this with the opening of President Obama's museum and library just a few weeks back. And you know, throughout that whole process of its design and construction, the former president integrally involved. He was there for the opening. There were all kinds of events. He met with school children. He was there. And, of course, that can't happen with your museum and library. Teddy Roosevelt, long dead. And I'm curious sort of how that complicated the process, if it did, how it changed the process at the very least, not having to kind of reckon with the man being alive at this moment. How did that change the process for you?
Well, we're talking about a president who's long been judged by history as one of the greatest Americans in history. So while we didn't have TR himself, who perhaps it might be very helpful to have him in this modern world today, we had his great-great-grandson. We had his great-grandson involved in the project. We have the entire Roosevelt family, generations of institutions and people who care about this person, from the Theodore Roosevelt Association to the American Museum of Natural History. So it was a unique challenge, of course, to build a presidential library to somebody who's been gone since 1919. But frankly, what a gift for us to be able to reinvigorate his story into the American story around the 250th birthday of America. You may not know this, but TR was president during America's 125th birthday. So bookending that conversation with 125 years later, having TR have an institution celebrating his life on America's 250th is perhaps a bit of kismet. But we're also doing an institution that is looking 250 years into the future. Because, like we said, TR's story is a little bit baked in at this point, but it has never been more relevant than it is today, and perhaps more needed. He's the favorite president of Josh Hawley on the right and Elizabeth Warren on the left. 95% of Americans have a positive view of TR, and I haven't really met anybody in the other 5%. So we think it's a unique opportunity to connect people to somebody who is just transformational in his impact and legacy. And we wish he was here still today, but if not, his great-grandson will work just fine.
I mean, they might be out there, but when they hear what your job is, I doubt they're going to tell you to your face. That's, you know, you have a lot of enthusiasm for this guy. Yeah. I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't want to cross you on this topic. Of course, the president was there earlier this week, and he spoke about TR, as you call him, with a lot of admiration. Take a listen.
He had great passion. The colonel, they called him, was an American man. He was really a great he-man. He was an American man through and through. His chest swelled with American optimism, confidence, enthusiasm, pride. his heart beat with an unyielding sense of America's destiny and pride in that.
President Trump sees a lot of similarities between himself and Teddy Roosevelt, and there are some, I think about big stick diplomacy, similar stance on the Panama Canal. But when it comes to nature and conservation, these two men have very different perspectives. How do you kind of reconcile that?
Well, TR is kind of a Rorschach test, if you think about him. What you see in him almost says about you, more about you than it says about him. There's been many different efforts to connect people and American figures to TR's life and legacy. But President Trump's visit here is the highest public-ranking official to visit Medora since TR himself. This special place is all about the outdoors. It's about conservation, and conservation wasn't much of a movement until TR put it to the forefront. So this institution, this president, President Donald J. Trump, and TR himself are all utilizing this place to connect to the outdoors, a new generation of people. So it's your job, of course, to compare that president and our modern day president to each other. But what we're trying to do is tell people to connect themselves and compare themselves to TR, to a man who was deeply sad when he lost his wife and his mother on the exact same day, February 14th, 1884. And he took his diary out and said, the light has gone out of my life. And what did he do? He went to Medora to heal. He used nature to reconnect with his potential. We think President Trump is inspiring a new generation of Americans to go to nature by coming to Medora, by showing this place. There are thousands of places on Earth that have mountains, thousands that have beaches. There's only one place with the Badlands.
Okay.
So there's an incredible legacy that he has and TR can have.
Yeah. Robbie, thank you very much. Robbie Loft, they're the director of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, newly opened this week.
And I can attest to Badlands being incredibly awesome. All right, a lot has changed in America in 250 years. How are Americans feeling about the state of the country and democracy? That's next on Bloomberg This Weekend. Stick with us.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization initiative earlier this year. We already built the technology, we've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement 24/7, but it is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak to Rafael Nadal, the tennis star, about how he stayed competitive despite injury.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep playing tennis for 1, for 2, or for 10 years.
One iconic match.
In my mind was, I am almost dead.
And whether he misses playing.
I don't miss tennis because there was nothing else to offer.
So tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Anything we do in Africa is going to be more risky than the U.S. I think the approach we want to take is, how are we being compensated for that risk? And one of those is obviously going to be a valuation question. In our minds, valuation is a lot more attractive in Africa, even if we adjust for some of those Africa risks that a lot of Western investors see. So yes, in a lot of ways, you take some of those models that, as I said, might be more asset medium or asset heavy. There might be some more inherent risks. However, if we're saying we're adding some risk because of that kind of model, but we're now solving a core problem as opposed to maybe a nice to have solution in Africa, that might actually offset it. Where if you're solving something that people really absolutely need and can't live without, in a way that then that's a lot less risky. So again, we'd encourage investors to have a less binary view. In other words, the US isn't risky, Africa is risky. That's going to lead to a lot of complications down the road.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, we're going to head back to Coney Island and Lisa Mateo, who's speaking there with people on this important moment for American history and asking them how they're feeling about America. Lisa, what are people telling you so far?
Well, so far we've been talking around with people, and they're feeling pretty optimistic. I mean, this is the 250th anniversary, and that's what we're here to celebrate. People have been out here on the beach since early this morning, way before 6 o'clock. I'm just kind of staking out a spot. So I want to bring in someone who I did find out on the beach here. This is Tim McLaughlin. Hi. Good morning. Thanks. You were walking the boardwalk with your wife this morning. Yes. You've been served in the U.S. Navy for about 4 years. You have traveled the world, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So tell me about how you're feeling. This is the 250th anniversary. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, America is by far the greatest country in the world. You know, I've seen a lot of countries and I've done a lot of traveling, and no matter the challenges we face today, you know, today's the day we need to set it all aside and come together as a country and celebrate the greatness of this experiment that we've been in for the 250 years.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, coming together. What unites us the most as a nation?
Well, personally, I think our diversity makes us strong. You know, and the flag. We all unite under the flag. You know, especially when it's needed, right? We put our differences aside, and when we come together as a country, and today's the day to celebrate that.
All right. And I'm going to put you on the spot here. Yes. If you could think of 3 words to describe America, what do you think?
I would have to say opportunity, diversity, and perseverance would be a good word, you know, because all the challenges we face and the struggles we face, we are still together as one and united, and by far the greatest country in the world.
I love it. Thank you for your service, sir.
Not a problem.
And you're out here to what? To see the contest?
Today I came for the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. We got up good and early because we know it's going to be crowded, so it's always been on my bucket list, and today's the day we make it happen. You know, Joey Chestnut.
All right. Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you so much for your service. You got it. So you heard it here, guys. People are feeling pretty optimistic. It's a big anniversary, so they're looking forward to it, to celebrating, and that's what we have here from Coney Island. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Lisa, and thank you for your service. That was a great find. We love that guy.
Incredible.
Tim
Joey Chestnut, still at it.
Name recognition, Joey Chestnut. I know there was an amazing mini doc on him that I did enjoy watching a couple years ago, but I'm outdated. Lisa's going to have to update us on how Joey's doing.
From Lisa, from Tim McLaughlin, an anecdotal sense of how folks are feeling about the United States of America. This has been the subject, as you might expect, of some polling in recent days as well. Pollsters have been focusing on this very question ahead of this big birthday for the country.
Joining us now are Ashley Koenig. She's the director at the Eagleton Center for Public Interest at Rutgers. And on set on the Intrepid, we have our favoritist, Abby Livingston. She, of course, is with Puck News. And even though you are here with us, since Ashley did the polling, I think we're going to start off with her. Because, Ashley, looking at these different polls, we want to start with this recent NPR PBS Marist poll, which asked what we were just talking about, what Lisa was just talking to Tim about, which is how proud are you to be an American today? And it looks like the majority, 37%, say they are very proud. So what do you think is driving that, and what is shaping Americans' opinions of their country?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of headlines in the news right now about saying that patriotism has dropped and people aren't proud to be an American anymore. But really the story here is in how the question is being asked by a variety of pollsters in this poll and in other ones. And so we really see that proud to be American number range anywhere from 33% in some polls to 70%. What's interesting is, you know, it depends on if you're asking about intensity. Intensity might be a little down, but we do in general see about half are are supportive, are proud to be an American. And in fact, this is a number that really hasn't changed since the bicentennial. The thing, when we look under the hood, however, is that Republicans are much more positive, and we see that Democrats are much more negative within the past decade or so when it comes to the meaning of pride in America.
Abby, picking up on that, let's put this into a political context. So there is a kind of contested nature to pride in America at this moment, a political nature to it. I'd say, unfortunately, here, but we're on the cusp of a speech that the governor of Maryland is going to deliver a little later this morning. We're going to speak with him before that speech. It's going to focus on the notion of patriotism being a universally held thing. As you look ahead to the midterms and the general election after that, how are politicians processing, yes, this moment, this anniversary, but this notion of Americanism? I even think back on what the president said last night in that speech that was delayed because of weather, talking about communism and the specter of communism looming large here. It is a moment when Americanism is kind of being scrutinized and talked about by both parties here.
What I find so fascinating about this, and I've read a lot about the bicentennial, I wasn't here for that one, and the Hudson behind us was filled with ships, and this was a highly coordinated multi-city thing coming from the White House, and this is much more bottom up. Mm-hmm. And the thing that I am most interested in this summer, I mean, first of all, I just flew in from Texas, and it's the same vibe in Texas that it is in New York City, where it's kind of like Christmas. Like, you think, I'm not going to get into it this year, and the bunting is out, the patriotism's coming out. I think everyone knows
Flags
this is
are flying,
special.
yes.
But I also just wonder, what impact did the World Cup have on this? And it has been just such a moment where we've had outsiders reflect back to us what a great country this is and how many resources we have and how kind individual people are despite our national political turmoil. And so I just think it's an interesting moment in time.
We see the Robert McAllister passing by here. I just want to point out, I think we have a shot of that ship coming into a port here right next to us. They're starting to move,
I think
Christina.
Your vision is much better than mine.
I'm seizing on these names as I can, knowing that when they really start coming by, I'm going to have no ability to identify any of these
David's
ships.
going to absolutely beat me in this ship knowledge today. But actually, I do have some more polling knowledge that I can lay on you. We heard very optimistic messages from Abby there, and I do think there's something to that. It has been lovely to watch the World Cup tourists come in and, as you said, reflect a kind and generous and kind of zany image of America with our giant sodas back to us. But there are other polls, there are other questions in this poll, and one of them is, do you think America's best days are behind us? The majority said they're ahead of us, but it's a pretty close split. 45% of the country is saying, do you think America's best days are behind us? They're saying yes. What do you do with that? And if you are a public official, how do you use that? Do you try to change people's minds, or is it easier to get elected if you kind of lean into that?
What's hard here is Democrats and Republicans agree that there is a problem, and they don't agree, though, on the solution. And so we see that come through in polling like this, where, Republicans and Democrats alike, the gap is small when it comes to them thinking that America's best days are behind us, but it's for different reasons. And so it becomes very hard for a politician where to kind of go with that. Are they going to stoke the fire and kind of lean into that anger, or are they going to try to find a solution? But those solutions are not necessarily going to be palatable by partisans of all stripes. So I think that's a real challenge and a real question as we head into the midterms, especially with Americans showing kind of such a malaise when it comes to so many components of our democracy and the future outlook of it as well.
On that note, let me pull up something here for you, Abby. This is a Marquette Law School study from recent days, asked about trust in government. And this is over a pretty broad historical stretch going back to 1958, when it was 73% of Americans had trust in government. We've seen a decline ever since to 18%.
18% from 73.
I mean, that's a sobering diminution in trust. But, I mean, what is a politician to do with that number? We talk a lot about faith in institutions. Yes, in Congress. Yes, in government broadly, journalism and the like. How do politicians think about rebuilding from that?
I think they have to be worthy of respect. And I think, when you go back, 20, 30 years, there wasn't as much scrutiny on these individual politicians. We know so much more about them than we ever did before the internet. But at the same time, a lot of them don't live up to the status of their job, and they are in it for themselves, and the American public is seeing every step of it. And so I think a lot more self-awareness would go a long way.
Ashley, the other thing that we've been talking a lot about is, capitalism, communism, as the president mentioned in his speech last night, and socialism, because you have these self-identified democratic socialists making gains in New York and now Colorado. And I'm from Colorado. I went on the bastion of connecting with people you went to high school with, Facebook, and asked a bunch of people, facebook.com on the interwebs. And I said to them, if you are someone who doesn't vote by party name, which a lot of Coloradans don't, there is a lot of independents, would you vote for someone who self-identified as a democratic socialist? And a lot of people immediately said no. Some didn't. Some said it was actually a bonus point in their favor. But we have this question, how do you feel about capitalism? 44% positive from this NBC News poll, 28% negative. In one of the most capitalist countries in the world, that seems significant to me. And I'm wondering what your take is on that, especially given these gains of some of these more far-left candidates in the recent midterms.
Yeah, there's an interesting story here, and there's been a number of polls about capitalism recently, and I would say when they're pitted against each other, and even when they're not, we do see that anywhere from almost half to just over half support capitalism, and we see maybe anywhere from around a third to just under 4 in 10 support socialism. But I think that socialism is really a proxy for the wants and the desires of some voters who want to see more affordability, who want to see universal health care, who want to see prices go down, or are concerned about the economy, not necessarily the true definition of socialism. And we particularly see that desire or the support of socialism, favorability of it, rise among Democrats and rise among Gen Z voters. What we need to be, or what the Democratic Party, frankly, needs to be aware of going into the midterms is there is going to be that challenge. And where will a lot of these progressive or Democratic socialist candidates that are winning in primaries or special elections, will they also make it through the general in November? And I think that's the big question here. And kind of what does socialism mean to Americans when they're saying they're in support of it? Is it more in support of just simply affordability, or is it more in sort of the actual political movement?
Abby Livingston, let me get your read on that as well. I mean, I think this is a hot button thing, sees on the name itself, on the socialism name. But to Christina's point, I think obviously in some corners of Denver, here in New York City, there's a resonance to that message that Ashley was just talking about a moment ago. What do Democrats broadly take away from what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think with the socialism label, the DSA candidates are the ones who are more inclined to challenge the status quo. I think in the next...
Unabashedly.
I think next term we're going to start seeing the politicians who've been waiting in line to run for Congress or the Senate, who have been waiting for the incumbent to retire like good little politicians do, are going to look around and say, if I don't run now, I'm going to miss my chance. And so the big question of the DSA socialist argument is this just a really blue district thing? And do they go to Congress and advocate, or does this spill over and affect other Democrats in safer districts? And we just don't know the answer to that.
It's going to be really interesting to see, and you can see Republicans who seem to be on the back foot, at least with messaging going into the fall, now have something that they're seizing on quite quickly.
Can I ask you just very quickly to come full circle? You talked about sort of what happened here in the bicentennial, and we haven't talked about how there are kind of two organizations under which all of these celebrations are happening. America250, this kind of bipartisan effort, and then there's Freedom 250, which is President Trump's. As you watch what unfolds here today, how are you thinking about the way that split has happened in light of what you mentioned? We have about 30 seconds, I'm sorry to say.
I just think it is, I think Donald Trump tried to co-opt this, starting with his birthday and the UFC fight, and I think between the World Cup and everything else, he hasn't. And so this is, I just am fascinated with how this is becoming a bottom-up celebration, not from the top down.
And a lot of joy and a lot of ships, and we're happy to have you on this one. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Ashley, thank you to you as well.
All right, coming up next, we're going to go inside the National Archives in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a look at documents that have stood the test of time over these 250 years of the American experiment. Conversation about conservation with one David Rubenstein, billionaire and, of course, host of the David Rubenstein Show here on Bloomberg Television, about what he calls patriotic philanthropy. That's coming up next year on our special broadcast on this, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We're broadcasting live today from the Intrepid on the Hudson River in New York City, out of a parade of tall ships, a naval review, and an aviation review as well. Stay with us here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Brief.
you have semis zigging in one corner, but another, the IGV zagging in the other corner. So you've had this cancellation broadly on the index volatility side. But we've continued to say, you have a guy who's limboing and the limbo stick is 12 inches off the ground. How much further lower can we go for a lot of these metrics like correlation before we see a reflation?
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Furniture and home goods retailer Wayfair has long been a heavy hitter in e-commerce. Now it's branching out into brick and mortar stores, and CFO Kate Gulliver loves the challenge.
It is pretty wild to be almost 25 years into the business and be launching an entirely new channel.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
When I say fair taxes, fair share, what do they mean? Like, I agree with the fact, if it were up to me, I saw Jeff Bezos, who I love, swashbuckling. I don't think the lower people making under a certain amount have to pay any taxes at all. And that's what people seem to want. They think that somehow being anti-business is going to help a city. It's not. So we all want to pay fair taxes. That's not the point. New York's booming, so you're not going to see it in this year's taxes, but a lot of people are paying billions of dollars taxes left. Why do you want that? How does that help the lower paid person in New York?
So what do you make of the beef Mamdani has with Ken Griffin? I mean, there's been a lot of pushback as well from...
My view is, I think vilifying people, simplifying arguments, even if you think it's politically, is a bad idea. And I think he probably realizes that was a bad idea. It's probably why he's seen a bunch of us now.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance. Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people, the transactions, and the technology. Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
What was it like starting all over again? One day you're in a big company with a big parent, and then you have to start all over again.
It was really exciting and invigorating. I felt like a young kid again when I started Jones Road. And right before we launched, I definitely had a sudden emotion of saying, uh-oh, what if I'm a one-hit wonder? I was a little scared, but then I just threw it up into the wind and went for it.
Jones Road, where'd that name come from?
Well, I sold the rights to Bobby Brown to Estee Lauder when we sold the company, so I couldn't use it again. So we needed a name because I wanted to launch Jones Road the day my 25-year non-compete was up. I needed a name, and I didn't have one. And I was driving to the Hamptons with my husband. My head was down on Waze, and I looked down, I saw Jones Road, and I said, Jones Road Beauty. He said, I like it. And that's how it became Jones Road.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
Humanoids are particularly interesting for many reasons. One is that they can actually go into regular everyday environments, which were designed for humans. The other reason from the machine learning perspective is that humanoids have the shape of humans. So perhaps we can learn from humans doing different tasks and transfer that onto humanoids.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
welcome back to our 4th of July special at Bloomberg This Weekend. We are giving you some live shots of some of the boats and ships, boats, one of those words.
Hello, it's the Ellen McAllister.
It is you just
tugboat.
made. Do you want to make the joke that you just made in the commercial?
No, it was a Home Alone joke about Kevin McAllister.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. All right, we do want to get to this cool thing you did, because the 4th of July, of course, is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and there are celebrations, which we've been talking about all across the U.S. today. Later today, the National Archives in Washington, D.C. is going to hold a dramatic reading of that founding document.
This is a big deal. They do it on the steps, apparently. An original of that document on display at the National Archives alongside rare versions of the Magna Carta, the U.S. Constitution, and the Emancipation Proclamation. And some of these belong to one billionaire, David Rubenstein, who is also the host, I should say, of the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations on Bloomberg Television. He has loaned those documents to the archives. And in the run-up to Independence Day, I sat down with David in Washington and asked him about his interest in what he calls patriotic philanthropy.
I coined that phrase, though I don't know that it's a brilliant phrase, because all philanthropy is probably patriotic in some way. You're giving back to your country, and most philanthropy, or some other way, you're giving back to society. But what I meant was philanthropy that reminds people of the history and heritage of our country, the things that make us patriotic. And so what I was trying to do is say things like preserving documents, preserving buildings, things remind people of our history. That's patriotic philanthropy.
Talk a bit about how you decided to do that, how you saw that gap and decided to fill in.
I can't say that I sat down with McKinsey and say, how can I help the country? It was like many things in life, fortuitous. I happened to go to a viewing of the Magna Carta. It happened to be actually a night before it was going to be auctioned. The person auctioning it off said that basically was going to leave the country if I didn't, or somebody didn't buy it. And so I got seduced into thinking I should save it and keep it, the one copy of the Magna Carta that was available to be in this country. So I did buy it. And then subsequently I started buying other historic documents. And then subsequently I began fixing historic buildings, the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial, and so forth. Why do that? Who cares? Why do we need to preserve, let's say, the Declaration of Independence, the Magna Carta? We know what's in the text, so why preserve the old documents? Well, the reason we preserve documents and buildings, in my view, is that the human brain still gets more out of seeing an original than it does of a document that's on a computer. And what we're trying to do, ultimately, is get people to learn more about our country's history, be educated about our country's history. The theory of history is that those people that don't remember it are condemned to relive it. The mistakes of the past will be lived in the future again if we don't really remember what mistakes we made. So I try to preserve history, preserve documents, preserve buildings on the hope that people will actually come visit these sites, see these documents, learn a little bit more about history, and ultimately be more informed citizenry. What Jefferson said is a democracy is dependent on an informed citizenry. And if we have an uninformed citizenry, democracy isn't going to work that well.
Rubenstein shares that vision of an informed citizenry with the National Archives, which aims to preserve, protect, and share America's historical record. I took a tour with Frank Cordes, who's with the National Archives Foundation.
The Magna Carta is hugely important in our history. It establishes freedom of the church. It establishes trial by jury. Basically, at its core, says that the king and government are subject to law, which is pretty important. So when you get to 1776, the founders go, hey, you're not abiding by the Magna Carta here. And that's what leads to them being able to write the Declaration of Independence.
That's only one of Rubenstein's rarities on long-term loan to the U.S. government, including an engraving of the Declaration of Independence.
By 1820, the Declaration is quite faded, and they commissioned Mr. Stone to make a copy of it. It is a verbatim copy down to the typo that's on the original, where you see there's a little caret with only in there. He even gets the original typo. He doesn't fix it. He makes it as a verbatim copy. And thanks to that, we have legible copies of the Declaration. And this one is on loan to us from Mr. Rubenstein.
John Quincy Adams in 1823 said we have to get some replicas made so that when the original does fade, we have a copy of what it looks like. So they made 200 perfect replicas in 1823. Those 200 replicas, now there are about 50 of them left. I own about a dozen of them, and I put them on display all over the city and all over the country. But now I'm making replicas of the replicas, and I'm giving one to every Major League Baseball owner, every NBA owner, and other players places where they can be put on display. And so all the NBA owners and all the Major League Baseball owners will have in their stadiums a very life-size replica of the Declaration of Independence to put on display in this year.
So Jim Dolan's going to have a banner at Madison Square Garden for the Knicks. He's also going to have a copy of this on display as well.
That's correct.
How have they reacted to that, your decision to do that? How have owners reacted to
Well,
you
I think
deciding
people are proud of having a copy of the Declaration of Independence there. It's a symbolic document.
Some of Rubenstein's patriotic philanthropy leaves a larger impression, at least physically. He gave $7.5 million to repair the Washington Monument after an earthquake in 2012. And now, a once hidden space beneath the Lincoln Memorial is open to the public. This is an early look at the dramatic Undercroft, a museum beneath the iconic structure. David Rubenstein made the founding investment.
If you go to the Lincoln Memorial historically, what you saw is basically a big statue of Lincoln and two of his famous speeches. Now, underground, under the Lincoln Memorial, you'll see educational opportunities. You'll have an opportunity to learn more, see videos and so forth. And people that go there will actually learn more about Lincoln than they have historically been able to do.
I want to ask you about the Giving Pledge, which you signed in your 50s. And at the time, in your statement that accompanied it, you said you hoped it would be something that would encourage other people to follow suit. I'm curious, now that we're a few decades out from that becoming a thing, if it's been successful in that way, how do you gauge the effectiveness of the Giving Pledge?
Well, the Giving Pledge was signed initially by 40 people. Now there are probably about 250 of us who've signed it. It's a very voluntary thing. It says you're going to give away half of your net worth during your lifetime or upon your death. But if you don't give away half of your money during your lifetime and we wait for you to die and you don't give it away upon your death, we can't disinter you. So it's a voluntary thing. The idea is to really encourage people to give assets away. And I'd like to remind people that you don't need to be a billionaire to be a philanthropist. Anybody can give away money. And people who give away money are, if they're a billionaire or not a billionaire, they're still making a contribution. But I also like to remind people that philanthropy is derived from an ancient Greek word that means loving humanity. It doesn't mean rich people writing checks. And you can love humanity by giving your time. The most valuable thing any of us have is our time. You can make more money, you can't make more time. And so I try to encourage people to give their time as well as their money, and they'd be a very good philanthropist if they do that.
There are critics who say the kind of work that you're doing, this kind of public-private partnership, runs afoul of what we should be doing, that the government should be spending more money itself, taxes should be higher, people should be paying more for the government to do this work. What do you say to them just about how well what you've pioneered here is working, and how do you respond to that criticism?
Well, clearly what people like me are trying to do is to encourage other people to do similar things. The government has more resources than all of us, and the government can always do more. But as we know, getting the government to move forward is very difficult from time to time. So sometimes the government can follow the lead of the private sector. Sometimes the government can lead the private sector. But when it comes to philanthropy, I think you have to do it more from the private sector, and maybe the government will fill in the gaps at some point. If we wait for the government to do all these things, a lot of these things aren't going to get done.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but it is extraordinary to go into those archives and to see all that he has put on loan in that museum. I asked David Rubenstein, do you consider yourself a collector? He doesn't want to have these in his home. I mean, the purpose of him doing this, as he said, was to have them on display in institutions like the National Archives. And I should say, you mentioned at the top, there's going to be this reading of the Declaration of Independence. What we heard there from Frank on that tour is there's just been an amazing influx of people going to visit the National Archives ahead of this anniversary. I don't know if you've been, but in Washington, D.C., you walk into the room.
I haven't been in a while, but I do remember there's that room with all those major documents. They're kind of facing each other.
It is a fantastic room designed to kind of feel like a tomb, to feel kind of sacred as you walk through. So you see the Constitution, you see the Emancipation Proclamation on display, and I should say, you know, like in the movies, there's this amazing apparatus that keeps it all safe, and they would divulge no information to me about how that works. But of course, it's incredibly
You didn't try to Nick Cage the Declaration of Independence?
No, I did not try to Nick Cage the Declaration of Independence.
Well, that's disappointing. All right. Well, on that note, we want to take you live to Philadelphia, where they are. The official America250 time capsule is being buried in National Historic Park. It is sealed today. It is 900 pounds stainless steel cylinder. It's going to remain locked until America's, David, quincentennial
year, 500th anniversary of this country. Should we make it that far? I don't mean to be a downer on that.
2276 seems a little aspirational at this point, but I guess that's what this is all about. Inside there are contributions from all three branches of the U.S. government, letters from all 56 states and territories, and modern artifacts, including letters and messages written on behalf of the Americans and for the Americans who will open the capsule those years from now. Stick with us. We are here live on the Intrepid We will be right back to talk about the other big event happening in New York this week. Stay tuned.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Surveillance.
What is the worst Fed's response mechanism to inflation that is ticking, inflecting upward, given the fact that this Fed has been incredibly dovish? Are they going to wreck the party? I mean, ultimately, it's easy to be a skeptic, but I might as well join the party and not be so, skeptical, because you're not paid to be skeptical. You're not paid to poke holes. You are paid to just go with the mob.
Have we got that breaking news whoosh that drives across the screen? Can we play that now? Sort of breaking news.
It's the job. Come on.
Bramo, I think, going to look to confirm this, but I think Bramo just turned bullish. Is that what just happened?
I think that it just doesn't pay to be skeptical. You take a look at every single different benchmark.
Okay.
I mean, it's sort of, what are we trading people? We are trading them that you cannot lose, and that seems to be the way to go.
Bulls everywhere this morning, getting very nervous following that.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance, live every weekday.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
We've just launched the first regulated perpetual futures product here in the United States, and the interest has been pretty astronomical. We like to, get things right with our regulators at the CFTC on products before we list them. I think there's a lot of both retail and institutional interest in perpetual futures, and we're likely to see that continue to grow.
How do you distinguish between legitimate informed trading versus insider trading? And we know there's also talks with Congress, like, are you going to ban people who may have special knowledge that the public does not know?
So we prohibit members of Congress from trading on our platform. U.S. law already prohibits members of the U.S. government from insider trading on information that they have. It has been exciting to watch Congress explore legislating in this space, and we're largely supportive of legislative efforts to target those contracts where they may have insider information, and we do that work on the exchange to prohibit and detect that activity already.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto, live Tuesday.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura, alongside Christina Ruffini, live from the Intrepid Museum, this decommissioned aircraft carrier on the Hudson River in New York City.
Right, and we are awaiting the start of this massive ship parade and aerial display. But first, we want to bring our view down to earth, eastward, just a few blocks from where we are here. Madison Square Garden, where Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce tied the knot last night. Streets were closed, paparazzi were out, and hundreds of NYPD officers were on the trail. Absolutely
to catch a glimpse?
not. No.
Forbes puts the cost of this two-day affair at more than $20 million. Incredible amount of money. Brittany Spanos joins us now. She's a journalist who covers pop music, and Brittany also teaches at NYU, where one of the courses she's offered is on one Taylor Swift. Brittany, good to have you with us.
Thank you.
I think when I first heard about this, I thought, no way this is happening. She has untold amount of money. She has a very interesting relationship with privacy, which we can talk about in another. This was like this was a spectacle.
I thought this was
confined
a
to this arena in
can't
New York
believe
City.
that
What did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought it was a decoy. I thought that she was going to do it. I mean, she has so many properties, as she, a multi-billionaire, does. And so I was like, maybe it'll be in Kansas City, Rhode Island, in Nashville, Pennsylvania. I was like, there's so many options.
Yes.
this was a big surprise, but I think this is a very new type of relationship for Taylor, where it is very public facing. They go to events together. They do the very celebrity couple things, which she really hasn't ever done with any of her past partners. It's always kind of been a little bit behind the scenes. So it makes sense that this is a couple that celebrates
Sitting with her husband at the Cavaliers, now husband at a Cavaliers game until the Heim sisters, I guess, re-upped him, or one-upped him at the finals.
All right, as we're talking about America, we're talking about the Declaration of Independence. We don't have a monarchy here.
Yeah.
We don't have royal weddings here. Is that why we care about this? And I'm using we loosely, but like, why do we seem to care so much about this?
I mean, what we've seen with Taylor Swift as a celebrity in the last few years, specifically with Eras Tour, which is around the time that her and Travis met. Travis being a man with multiple Super Bowl rings, like this is...
And Travis, we're on a first name basis.
Travis. Yeah, Travis. They have the sort of the pillars of celebrity culture in America, right? It's a football star, pop star, two very well-known figures in their fields, and it's sort of the ultimate type of coming together of an it couple. They are very celebrated, very talented, and also just well known globally.
Yeah, two different but very big fan groups kind of merging.
Yeah. And so it's really incredible. It's been so interesting to see how that's developed in terms of Taylor kind of reaching this pinnacle in her own career. Travis obviously won a Super Bowl within the first year that they were dating. It's kind of the very prom king and queen vibe to it. So there is that royal couple element, but I think that's why everyone was interested. It's kind of hard for any of them to go anywhere anyway, so I guess everyone's going to crowd around MSG.
So rent out a large hunk of the city. Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you about the way in which she kind of cultivates her personality, or perception of her personality and image, and also her relationship to privacy. I mentioned this just a moment ago. So we've had these moments where she spouses a very private person, and then maybe a few months later we have the release of a self-funded documentary or a documentary series on the Eras Tour. How does she regard her privacy, her image, and how does that compare to kind of other pop stars of her renown?
I think Taylor tries to find the intersection of it. She really tries to find the fact that she is a singer-songwriter in the canon of many singer-songwriters before her.
Joni Mitchell.
I mean, she had Paul McCartney there, right, and Stevie Nicks, and they are both songwriters who do this, which is being able to pour your personal life into your music. And so she very much reveals who she is through her songs, but then kind of lives the life outside of it. And so we kind of learn about it with the next album of what she just went through, what she just experienced. So, I think she doesn't shy away from the fame of it all. She doesn't shy away from the fact that she's singing about famous people she's dated or is friends with or has feuds with, or, any sort of those experiences. But she kind of finds that sort of semi-happy medium. Obviously, again, she is a very different kind of celebrity in the sense that she's super famous, and so she knows that if she goes to a studio on 8th Street in Manhattan, there's going to be hundreds of people crowding on 8th Street to go see her.
Before we let you go, I want to ask you about fandom in general. It seems like a very American phenomenon, and I don't know if you feel this, but I feel like it has this extreme fandom, and like nothing Taylor Swift ever can do will ever be bad for some of her extreme fans. Do you feel like that's permeated other parts of our society, like it's sports fandom, and even the way people look at politicians or issues? They're so immovable now because there's like this tendency to just commit and stay with it, ride or die, and that can maybe not always be a great thing.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like such a product of the internet age, where I feel like through social media, the community of fandom is now very much commodified and very much exists in a network way, versus fandom before used to be just going to the concerts and meeting other people, or going to a game and meeting other fans. So, I think it's that kind of experience of that anonymity of the internet with the sort of, network that you're building through that makes the fandom even more intense, even more kind of parasocial, really passionate in a way that sometimes moves into kind of a weird negative way. So I think a lot of that is just the constant experience of it, the 24/7 experience of being a fan these days.
And the fact that you can see her go everywhere, right? I mean, you have to buy a magazine to see like a picture of somebody out on the street.
Yeah, like where she went to dinner every night, what she's wearing every day, who she's hanging out with, who her friends are. Like, we are experiencing it in such a high volume in a way that we've never had experience for many decades.
Very quickly before we let you go, about 20 seconds here, you teach a course on Taylor Swift. Is there anyone else in this pantheon you could teach a course like this on at this moment?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there's so many. I mean, I feel like there's so many great pop stars who are super big right now. I mean, there are other classes on Beyonce and Bad Bunny, and so I feel like those are obviously the most obvious answers. But, yeah, I think there's so many great pop stars who've been able to make long careers who are very much worth studying.
Brittany, great to see you. Thank you very much. Brittany Spanish joining us here on the Intrepid as we do our broadcast here on the 4th of July, 250th anniversary of the U.S.
And let us know if you expand that syllabus.
There we go.
All right. We are coming up on 9 a.m. here in New York on the Hudson.
Yes, the next hour of Bloomberg This Weekend starts right now. Up next on the Intrepid, the CEO of the USO, also expecting to see Vice President J.D. Vance as he reviews naval ships here in New York. Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend, coming to you live from the Intrepid Museum to celebrate the nation's semi-quincentennial, with 250 years since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. I'm David Gura.
You know we're not paying you for every time you say that.
Every time I say that word, I put a quarter in a jar.
I'm Christina Ruffini. We're going to check in with Lisa Mateo a bit later, who is live in Coney Island. But joining us now from the White House is Bloomberg White House correspondent, Jeff Mason. Jeff, I know it is extremely hot there in Washington. The vice president seems to have escaped the heat slightly. He's here in Manhattan. We're going to hear from him, we think, shortly later this morning. He's also going to be part of this naval review. But tell us what the president is planning to do today, and what is the status of these events on the National Mall? I know the parade has been canceled due to heat. Is everything else still on?
Great American State Fair.
Great American State Fair. As far as I know, it's still
Great
open.
American State Fair, indeed. No, they've canceled a few things because of the heat. The Great American State Fair has been going for a few days, and they stopped it yesterday for a few hours in the afternoon, and that seems to be what they're doing again today. I have to tell you, it's not crazy yet here in terms of heat, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying that, but here's hoping maybe it doesn't end up being too bad tonight. As far as the rest of the events, the president is heading to the National Mall around 7 o'clock for programming there, and he will headline that with a speech at 9:45, followed by what he and his allies are calling the biggest fireworks show ever, which of course appeals to the president because he likes things that are the biggest things ever. Not sure if he'll have the biggest crowd ever, depending on that heat, but that's something I'm sure we'll hear about from him. As far as what he's going to say, and also maybe what Vice President Vance says later, the president gave a little bit of a foreshadowing with his speech last night at Mount Rushmore, where he hit pretty hard on the themes of communism and the Republicans' desire to hold on to power at the midterm elections. So today is supposed to be a bipartisan day. It's a day to celebrate the Declaration of Independence and the United States' 250th birthday, as we've been talking about. But the president also uses these moments to inject some politics and to inject himself into the center of the conversation.
Jeff, I want to ask you about the way in which he is approaching this and has approached this. We were talking about this a little while ago with Abby Livingston. You know, there was this kind of bipartisan organization that was established, America250, to kind of mark and celebrate this anniversary. The president started an organization of his own, Freedom 250. I don't want to say directly competing with that, but in fact it has kind of siphoned funds and attention away from that bipartisan group. Talk a bit about how that schism has sort of manifested itself in what we're seeing today, yes, here in New York, down in Washington, and cities across the country.
I think it's just an example of the president's priorities and his priority. I mean, he says, of course, that he loves this country and patriotism is very important to him, but he's also certainly very focused on his own political future and on the political future of his party, and that was manifested again in those remarks last night. And I think it's also manifested in that a little bit of a schism that you mentioned between those two organizations. The one that is controlled by him and controlled by his allies has a greater ability to then focus things on him and focus the remarks tonight and the events around things that he cares about. And this president is someone who absolutely likes to be sort of compared to other strong leaders around the world. He started that, or had a big military parade in Washington a year or so ago, with tanks rolling down the streets and rolling down central Washington, D.C. ceremony tonight is going to be a little bit like that too, with a bunch of flyovers. And there's no reason why you shouldn't have flyovers on the 250th anniversary of the United States' founding. And yet there is a very Trumpian angle to all of this, and that is in part what you're referring to there, David, with those two organizations.
Jeff, it's been a big summer for events. We had the president's birthday. We had the UFC match on the lawn. Maybe you can tell us how the lawn is doing. The president has also been trying to leave his mark physically on Washington. And one of the things at the Great American State Fair is there's this kind of mock replica of that Arc de Triomphe that might be going up. The president is also reportedly trying to build that helipad on the South Lawn. How is the ballroom doing? How is the Arc doing? Do we still have that covering of the Kennedy Center where his name has been removed? Just update us on the architectural developments there in Washington.
It's a lot, isn't it, Christina? Let me start with the latter. I was at the Kennedy Center last Sunday, I think, for the Mark Twain Prize Award for Bill Maher. And yes, that tarp was still up. Supposedly the president's name has been taken down. That is because of a court order that the Kennedy Center do that. They did take his name off of the website, but they have left up that tarp so we can't take a picture and the public can't see or celebrate the fact that his name was taken down. Broadly on those other issues, the ballroom they're moving forward on the ballroom, and yet there's also a lot of legal ambiguity about that as well, and that's something that's still being fought out in the courts. The archway is something the president still absolutely intends to build, and as far as the lawn is concerned, we haven't been out there in a while, in large part, I think, because it took a while to pull down that stand for the fight. The president left for South Dakota yesterday, and North Dakota on Wednesday by motorcade to Joint Base Andrews instead of by helicopter from the lawn. So we haven't been able to see the status of it, and maybe there's a reason why, because it seemed like it got pretty torn up from that event.
All right, you'll have to keep us updated. You're now our South Lawn, actual lawn correspondent. Jeff Mason, thank you so much.
Done.
We'll come back to you in a bit.
Well, as we celebrate America's 250th birthday, one organization that has kept service members, their number one priority year-round is the USO, the nonprofit celebrating 85 years of strengthening the well-being of the people serving in America's military and their families.
That's right. Joining us now is the CEO of the USO, Lieutenant General retired Michael Lennington. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, when I think USO, for better or worse, I still think Bob Hope, Andrews Sisters, big band, but I'm assuming the organization has evolved and adapted quite a bit from then.
Incredibly, Christina, David, and it is Bob Hope. It is still entertainment. It's still taking care of the troops wherever they're assigned. But today, the USO is that and a lot more. We're in 260 locations around the world. We're in harm's way in the Middle East, Europe, Indo-Pacific. We're on more than 20 ships. We're in many of the ships that are here today and ships deployed in the Middle East. And we continue to, our primary mission is strengthen the well-being of America's servicemen and women wherever they're assigned, whether that's in the continental United States or overseas.
And what do you have at those locations? Because I know I always pass them, and I'm an Army brat, but I never went into one when my dad was active. And I always see them in the airport. Like if you're going into a USO office or lounge in the airport, what are you guys offering the troops?
So we have about 50 airport lounges. The other 200 plus locations are on post camps and stations and where troops are forward deployed. So we have a special arrangement with the Department of War where they give us a location. It may be a tent, it may be a hangar, it could be a hard shell structure, and we go in and we create a taste of home at those locations. It's a comfortable place to put your feet up. It's sometimes a snack or a place to connect with your families at home. You can read your child a bedtime story, or you may just take a nap. And by the way, a nap for a sailor on a ship for 15 minutes or a private location where they can get in the soundproof booth and talk to their spouse without their bunkmates listening. I mean, that's what the USO provides. And we do it with the support of the American people. And obviously being here today it's a great celebration for us in the USO. We're 85 years old in February, formed at the beginning of World War II. And here we are today, 85 years later, celebrating our anniversary this year as well.
Something we talk a lot about on the show is how the military has changed, the way that we fight wars has changed, and I'm curious how the needs of those in the military have changed. So yes, there's the historical resonance of Bob Hope and the lot going back many, many decades, but when you look at those whom you serve, what do they need now that they didn't need in the past? Or
connection to home was a letter. And sometimes you got that letter 3 weeks after you wrote it, or after your spouse wrote it, or your kids wrote it. Today, that connection is instantaneous. And the camaraderie that comes with the isolation of these forward deployed locations, forward operating bases, combat outposts, small locations where special operators are positioned in the Middle East or Africa, they need something to just take the load off of their mind. And if you don't have much, a little goes a long way. So 15 minutes at a USO to get a snack, make a phone call, find some air conditioning when it's 120 degrees outside, or occasionally a entertainment team shows up on the back of a C-17 and gives you a 15 minutes or an hour or 2 hours of just pure unadulterated joy. And that's what the USO was for me over my 35 years. In some of the darkest, dankest, most isolated locations, the USO shows up, and we're doing the same thing today.
So you remember those shows when you were serving. They did bring a moment of lightness, and you think it was worth all the effort I'm sure it takes to get the entertainers, to get them there, to get them safe, and to put that on.
100%. Curtis Blow was the first one I remember. Of course, I don't remember Bob Hope, but Bruce Willis, Robin Williams, Toby Keith. We're doing tours. We just did a tour to the Middle East in December with some world-class entertainers and comedians, and the troops love it. Again, it's 2 hours. It's 7 stops in 7 days, 7 different countries at forward operating bases mostly, and airfields where airmen are forward deployed in some really rough conditions. And they just love it. And mostly, they don't only love being taken care of, but that's really the American people giving them an appreciation for what they do. The original founding of the USO that is true today is not so much the USO entertaining as it is the American people supporting their service members, their sons and daughters that are forward deployed, giving them the appreciation of what they're doing for all of us. And that's been consistent for 85 years. At the end of World War II, we had 16 million men and women in the military. 16 million. Most of those were men. Today we have 2.1 million active Guard and Reserve, and never before in the history of our nation have so many been protected by so few. So we really owe them our best shot, and that's what the USO brings every day is our best shot, wherever they are. And by the way, if they're transitioning through airports to forward deployed locations, we're at those airport lounges as well. But the airport lounges is a small piece of what we do compared with what we do at post camps and stations all around the world.
Can I ask about funding and sort of where you get most of your funding from and the appetite for supporting your organization this day and age?
80% of our funding comes from the generosity of the American people. We have a relationship with the Department of War, so we get some gift in kind. The ability, we don't pay for our facilities. Obviously, we help the Department of War and take care of our service members when they're forward deployed. But if you want to get involved, just go to our website at uso.org. You'll find out ways to get involved. And by the way, we're a very small organization. We have 27,000 volunteers. Wow. And people say, wow, how do you get a volunteer on a Navy ship? The actual USO centers that are set up on ships are manned by Navy sailors and Marines. They just want to keep the center open. And then when the ship docks, we refill the center with snacks and care packages and a taste of home and new technology. And by the way, sometimes the best Wi-Fi you get while you're overseas is at the USO.
This is a good tip.
Something else that has changed, I think, over the course of the history.
This is good to know. Yeah, I know Wi-Fi is a huge deal. I want to ask you, there was a time, I think especially the Vietnam War, my dad served right after the Vietnam War, but always talks about how hard it was to be an ROTC student, be in uniform during that time, because people were very against the war and took that out on a lot of the service members. I think that has changed for the better in that people may not support the conflict, but do try generally now to be more supportive of the service members. Those 2 million plus people you said are serving. When you go out to entertainers and when you go out to acts, is it hard to convince people who might not support specific missions of the U.S., specific objectives of the military to come and perform for the troops, or are they able to make that separation pretty easily?
We have a waiting list. And by the way, we don't pay for their tours. We don't pay them. They do this out of the generosity of their own heart and spirit, and sometimes they cancel tour events to go entertain the troops. And we're going to probably do one here pretty quickly this summer. They want to make a difference. And I will tell you the difference today from the Vietnam War is because of the Vietnam veterans. Vietnam veterans have told me religiously we'll never let that happen again to our service members. The way we were treated after the Vietnam War was just unbelievably harsh. Today, that's not happening because the Vietnam veterans and those that came before them said never again. So we support our service members wherever they are, active Guard, Reserve, and their families back home, and we keep our mission strictly focused on them, not focused on any of the politics around where our nation sends our young men and women.
Michael Lennington, great to speak with you. Thank you very much. Enjoy
Thanks,
the holiday.
David.
Enjoy the anniversary as well. Nice to see you here.
Thank you. I don't know how entertaining we are, but, if you ever need anything.
You guys are great.
Let us know.
I'm waiting for the flyby.
Okay.
We are too. We are too.
Joining us now again, Robert Snyder, the Professor Emeritus of American Studies at Rutgers University, New York. Great to have you with us here as well. And I should say, we're talking on this anniversary at a moment when the U.S. is still involved in military action overseas. And I wonder how you kind of think about those two things as well. We've been through this period over the last few months where the U.S. has entered into some Navy warfare in the Middle East. How does that color your sense of the holiday? How do you think that's changed the way that people are viewing this anniversary?
I think for some people it shows how we've come a long way as a country. I mean, we were 13 colonies on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean. Now we're a world power. And yet one of the things that Americans were most concerned about in the early days of the Republic was where would entangling alliances take us? What would we become in the long run? So I think the question hangs over our 250th, just the way it did over the original concerns of the founding generation.
Talk about how different presidents have approached foreign policy. We've talked a lot this cycle about the Monroe Doctrine, now the Don Roe Doctrine. We were speaking earlier about Teddy Roosevelt, kind of big stick diplomacy. Is that cyclical? Does it come and go on a spectrum, or it just really depends on the president and the mood of the country at the time?
I think there's been an evolution down into the early 20th century. The United States was a continental power. It then became more powerful in the Caribbean and the Pacific. And then World War I, followed by World War II, made us a global power in a way that I think the founders never would have recognized. They anticipated crossing the North American continent, but I don't think they ever would have imagined the reach and the complexity of the U.S. place in the world today.
We heard that line from Ken Burns a little earlier in the show, perhaps erroneously attributed to Mark Twain, that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Yes. And it makes me wonder about sort of our engagement with history today. When you're in the classroom or when you're working as the Manhattan Borough historian, what do you make of everyone's degree of engagement that they have with our history today?
I wish there was more engagement with history, frankly, on the part of everybody, and I'm always happy to work with anyone who wants to dig in more. There are a lot of lessons that can be learned from history. There's not just one lesson over time. I was struck by watching Ken Burns' documentary how many different perspectives there were on the American Revolution, and I think a good documentary, like good journalism, makes that available to people.
Do you think it's getting harder to tell those stories? There's so much pressure on historians to portray American history in a certain way, one way or the other. Is it harder to do objective things like documentaries or even teaching a history course?
Teachers are scared. High school teachers in particular. Some of my friends work with high school teachers, and teachers are scared if they cross one boundary or another, they're going to get in trouble. I think it's an ongoing question that hasn't been settled, and this is true now in ways that has not been true before. I think that's what really rattles people. At places like the Smithsonian, for example, that were venerated when I was there back in the 1980s. There are pressures now that were unimaginable before.
So what do you do about that?
You try to work with integrity, you try to maintain contact with the general public, and you try to be sure that what you present is open to different points of view, but draws conclusions that people can work with in the present to understand the relationship between the past and present. There are a lot of lessons to be learned, not just one lesson.
Robert Snyder, Professor Emeritus, Rutgers University, New York, going to stay with us as we continue our broadcast here on the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Valuable historical perspective over the course of the morning here as we wait for this parade of ships to come up the Hudson River, make their way around Governor's Island and up the Hudson.
I want to see some ships.
Tall ships, yes.
Some big sails.
Naval vessels as well, and then this show of aviation taking place, I guess, at the same time. I don't know. It's going to be bedlam.
It's a little unclear. I think it's going to be very loud.
Chaos
Hopefully
here.
You can hear us and we can still hear our thoughts. Otherwise, we'll just put up some great pictures and you can roll with us. All right, there are many ways to celebrate this 250th anniversary, including a toast with America's native spirit. Up next, we go inside Jim Beam's distillery in Kentucky, one of America's oldest companies. That's straight ahead on Bloomberg This Weekend.
in case you missed it on Bloomberg Deals.
I think the politicization of antitrust at the state level is gaining as we go through time. I just think companies need to be prepared with their messaging to make sure that what they're saying about their deals not only appeals to shareholders, but also appeals to labor unions, appeals to consumer advocates, and all the other stakeholders in that state ecosystem.
Are there deals that you've looked at, that you've maybe advised on, or you've said, look, this looks possible that it'll get past federal regulators, but it won't in the state, and that's a reason maybe to not pursue a deal? Is that occurring right now?
I think the conversation is more about, here's an area where you may run into some friction, and here's some steps that you may want to take in the planning process to make sure that when you encounter that friction, you're fully prepared to deal with it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Deals live every week.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard,
Oh boy.
can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop. I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
In case you missed it on The Pulse.
It's a $75 billion IPO, the largest in history. I think it presages the beginning of a pretty sizable wave of IPOs, which we're excited about. And I also think it shows you that the capital markets, led by the U.S. capital markets, but the global capital markets are demonstrating a willingness to finance this AI infrastructure build and this build in space, which is quite exciting.
Don't miss The Pulse live every weekday.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Let you know now. It's
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend. Earlier this morning, we feasted on hot dogs, a true American staple, especially on this, the 4th of July. When it comes to beverages, libations, there is nothing more American than bourbon, known as America's native spirit.
Yeah, I really did get the good assignment here. We traveled to Claremont, Kentucky, home of Jim Beam, which sold its first barrel of bourbon more than 230 years ago. We talked about their long family history and how they're adapting to evolving tastes and an evolving market.
My name's Freddie Noe. I'm the 8th generation master distiller, and I've been working here for 15 years this year.
My name's Fred Noe. I'm a 7th generation master distiller here at Beam, and I've been here 42 years.
Is it important that it's Fred and Freddie so that you guys don't get mixed up? When they yell for one, do you both answer?
Before I was born, he was Freddie. I guess it was a granddad said, You go by Fred, we'll call him Freddie.
Talk to me a little bit about the company. How long has Jim Beam been around?
The company actually got started in 1795 when Jacob Beam started making whiskey. 8 generations later, we're still here.
How much has the recipe changed in that time?
None. I mean, I think it's interesting.
None at all?
It's scaled in size, obviously, right? I have a handwritten recipe that Jim Beam wrote down. Just knowing that, our family's been a part of making whiskey here in America for 230 years, over 230 years now, it gave me even more excitement and pride.
So if it's not a particularly complicated process, how do you distinguish? How do you make a product that's better? And how do you improve a product that's been around for so long?
There's so many little areas where heat and time can impart different flavors. So it starts there with the yeast, then the cooking process, but then as it ages, there's a lot of magic. We say there's a lot of magic that goes on in there. We've been making one recipe for a very long time here and got pretty good at it.
So for people who don't know, how does one make whiskey? How do you guys make it?
Water, grain, yeast. We cook the grain, put it in the fermenter, add the yeast. After it ferments, we distill off the alcohol, put it in a barrel, and put it away in the warehouse. That's a simple.
And so this has been in here for about 2.5 days. You can feel the warmth of this one. If you turn around and feel how cool this one is that's being filled.
Oh, wow. This feels like a refrigerator.
Yes.
This one is like room temperature, warmer.
So this one's about 65 degrees. And then naturally, the friction of the yeast eating that sugar heats that. It's a byproduct of fermentation. Heats that up, creates alcohol, heat, and CO2. So a lot of CO2 will be coming off. I'll give you a little warning.
It does remind me of like beer, like I've been in breweries before. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm like missing breath. Is that the CO2?
There's no oxygen right here.
You guys want to get a shot of this? It's pretty cool. Don't drop the camera in the yeast.
We can get it out. We'll get it out.
This is the most Willy Wonka looking room we've been in.
So after fermentation, we pump those fermenters near the bottom of the next floor up. And so the heat's traveling up.
Okay.
And the heat is heating the alcohol in there and turning it into a vapor. And then we'll redistill it in that vessel right down there. And so that's the finished product of Booker's bourbon that will be go into a barrel probably tomorrow and then go rest 6 to 8 years in the warehouse.
So drinking out of this fountain would do some damage.
It would, yes.
Still seems like a fun. I'm willing to try it.
This is a 9-story rack house.
They were telling me we were walking up here, like Jim Beam was in this rack house. Like this is an OG rack house.
He helped build this one. That's correct.
Crazy. What does that height get you?
Just more, I guess what I'll say, more flavor, variability throughout the warehouse. Jim Beam will be in every floor of this house, and we blend to a vertical cross section. We may go to another warehouse and get barrels from the top floor, and maybe even a third warehouse to get some from the middle to create that blend.
These are oak barrels?
Oak, yes, American white oak.
As producers look at margins and profitability, there's got to be a cheaper way to do this.
Well, maybe 50 to 70% of the flavor you taste in the finished product comes from the charring of that barrel and the sugars in that barrel.
So you've very stupidly handed me this mallet.
We're going to use this whiskey thief to still us a little sample out of that barrel. And I've given you the knocker there, and so your job is to remove this bung so that I can still us a drink.
Like above my head floors?
Oh,
God, all right. This is not gonna, okay. I hate you, Patrick.
This.
Okay, ready?
Look at that,
I did a thing! Yes! Can we have alcohol now, please? This is pretty fun.
Oh yeah, this is the most important and probably the most fun part of the job.
I like that it's called a thief because it does feel a little bit clandestine. Cheers.
Cheers.
Ooh, that's awesome. What are we drinking?
So this is Jim Beam, right at 6.5 years old.
Okay.
And 128 proof. Cheers.
I'm gonna have a little bit more. What makes a good bourbon?
What makes a good bourbon? One that you enjoy. I mean, that's what I always tell people, find one you like and drink it. When you say good, it's what you like.
Have things been going good for the industry lately? I mean, I know it's been a complicated market, both domestically and abroad. You guys are now owned by a Japanese company. Bourbon and whiskey are huge in Asia. Talk to us about where the growth is in the market and where there are like a little bit of struggles.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it right there, right? Asia has been an extremely emerging market for us. I think another thing within that is how consumers are consuming. RTDs are very popular.
What's an RTD?
Ready to drink. So
see, I didn't know that's an industry term. I'm learning.
Yeah,
I'm learning.
Okay. All right. But I also think, a lot of consumers are being very conscientious of where they're spending their dollar, right?
Yeah.
As
Dad said, we want you to enjoy it any way you please. So I think the biggest thing is getting people bourbon kind of how they're consuming, right?
When you look at the things that stress the business, what are the big cost factors? What are the things that are impacting you? I think tariffs and gas prices are the two things that come to mind.
Oh, yeah, just the economy in general. People have to pay for their everything else.
It's a luxury item. Like, you like it, but you don't have to have it. Yeah,
for sure. And, there's the tariffs and stuff, that's part of it. But, then people's taste changes. Like before, they didn't like bourbon, now they do. Where they're going to shift and go away from it. Stuff you really can't control, but you just have to deal with it and move on, be flexible and be adaptive to change. I think that's a lot of it.
So this site can produce 45 million gallons of alcohol per year. And my name is Julie Myers, distillery manager at the Booker Note Distillery, and I've been with the Beam organization for 22 years.
Wow. All right, so we went to the other facility, but this is like the stuff that's not on the tour, right? This is where it's like really happening.
Absolutely. This is a much larger volume, much larger capacity.
In terms of capacity for an operation, where does this rank? Is this one of the bigger ones in the area?
It is. It's one of the biggest ones in North America. There are more barrels of bourbon than there are human population in Kentucky. I think the thing that surprises me the most is the sheer volume.
Even still?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of whiskey and bourbon on the market right now. There's a bit of a glut. And your CEO actually called this the golden age of whiskey because supply is higher and that means prices could be lower. What's your take on that?
To me, I think it's great for us, again, because we've stood by what high quality bourbon has stood for. And so when you have a consumer that's being more conscientious with their dollar, I think that puts us in a very strong position based on the research that we've done.
The company is now private. Do you think that makes it easier or harder?
I think it's really easier. The bourbon's aging. It's a long-term deal. You put it in the barrel, and it's there for at least 4 years. And some, up to 9, 10 years. So if you're looking by the quarter, that stuff hasn't done anything. It's still sitting in the barrel.
I feel like we're all aging quarter by quarter, but we're doing our best. What do you do about the fact that young people are drinking less? It's hit all the producers. How are you guys adapting to that?
There's a handful of ways. It's just, again, how are you continuing to give them opportunities to see these products and help them be a part of their lifestyle, right?
And you're doing a non-alcoholic one, right?
You beat me to it. I was literally about to get into it. So during Prohibition, Jim Beam was a citrus farmer.
Do I believe that? Do I believe that Jim Beam wasn't running booze during Prohibition?
It was not.
He did not. He didn't want to go to jail.
It was actually kind of my idea to come up with the citrus version of a non-alcoholic 0.0%. It's a refreshing, kind of different take on how to enjoy kind of our family's history.
Fred, you're like a multi-generational distiller. When he came to you and said, we're going to make a non-alcoholic product, you didn't smack him across the face?
No way. Because that's the thing. When Freddie came in, I said, this is your ride, do it. If he needs my advice, I'm around, but he's taking it forward. He's not going to hit on everything. It's not going to be a home run, but if you don't take a shot, you're not going to hit a home run for sure.
A shot of bourbon?
Maybe.
What do the next 250 years look like? You got kids? Are they going to be doing this? Do they come run around the distillery? What's the future look like?
Absolutely. My daughter was just here, actually, with a couple of members on my team.
Has there ever been a woman in this job?
Not from our family, no.
Okay.
Not from our family, yeah.
Not yet.
She'll be trailblazer for us. But she's very interested, I think, having the children around to see this is a great place and a great opportunity to carry on a very strong tradition.
Fred, he seems kind of okay. Are you confident in your legacy and what this place is going to endure for the next?
It's in good hands. Just stay back and watch.
Stand back and watch.
Your thing was cool too, but I did get to go to Kentucky and drink some very nice bourbon.
Yeah, there was no bourbon in the National Archives for my consumption.
Maybe you just weren't trying hard enough.
Fascinating. How big a physical plant are we talking about here?
So the smaller one where we did the barrels and looked at the mash and stuff, that's a little bit smaller and more manageable. But then we drove about 15 minutes to that larger facility, which is where, as you heard Julie say, there are more barrels of bourbon than residents of the state of Kentucky. They also took us over to a demonstration.
I just want to meditate on that for a moment. That is wild.
It's a lovely thought.
Yeah.
They let us bottle kind of our own bottle. You actually rinse it with bourbon because they don't want to add water to it, and then they let us put our thumbprint on the wax. I think we've got some video.
And that'll be just so you can personalize it.
How do I do that?
So you'll just hold your thumb in the top of it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Is that enough?
You got it. Now just lift off.
Woohoo!
And there you go. That's your thumbprint.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot less painful than my normal waxing experience. So they gave us a couple custom bottles, which we did share with our team, and we're very grateful for. And then I am saving one that I have on my bar. But
with your thumbprint on it.
With my thumbprint on it, so you can't steal it. But they're also doing, we're talking about how they're trying to appeal to a new generation of younger consumers who are more health conscious, drinking less, and they're really tying it into live events. They've got a U.S. Soccer World Cup bottle. They're doing things with Cadillac and Formula One. They have all kinds of partnerships and experiential marketing that they're doing to try to get people's minds around the fact that bourbon is drinkable on its own, but you can also put it in things. And he talked about also these ready-made cocktails that are increasingly popular, especially with young people.
I didn't know you to be a bourbon drinker before this piece, but you are one who enjoys a taste. And I will say very clearly in those conversations, just the acknowledgement of the fact they live in this history is still very front of mind to them. You talk about how they were purchased. It's like the business has changed in some fundamental ways,
yes,
but that historical resonance still very acute.
Fred and Freddie still seem very much in charge and know their products just absolutely inside and out. And I think, those are the kinds of guys you want making your excellent glass of bourbon. I would have trusted them with anything in my glass.
All right.
It was great. It was a good time.
They're celebrating their 230th birthday.
Yeah.
As we celebrate the nation's 250th birthday, we are perched on the USS Intrepid, this decommissioned aircraft carrier on the Hudson River. Behind us, in just a matter of time, we're going to see some ships passing by here, tall ships, naval vessels. Aircraft will be flying overhead. We're waiting on remarks from Vice President Vance as well, who's in New York for the occasion.
We can see some of those vessels starting to stage down here on the river tonight. D.C. is set to create a new world record with fireworks show. The CEO of the company behind that display, Pyrotechnica, is joining us after this break. It's Bloomberg This Weekend.
When news breaks,
A redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak to Rafael Nadal, the tennis star, about how he stayed competitive despite injury.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep playing tennis for 1, for 2, or for 10 years.
One iconic match.
In my mind was, I am almost dead.
And whether he misses playing.
I don't miss tennis because there was nothing else to offer.
So tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions: software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake.
While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Brief.
You have semis zigging in one corner, but another, the IGV zagging in the other corner. So you've had this cancellation broadly on the index volatility side. But we've continued to say, you have a guy who's limboing and the limbo stick is 12 inches off the ground. How much further lower can we go for a lot of these metrics like correlation before we see a reflation?
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream, and a lot of dreams are, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years, and you're in the penthouse. That doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're gonna be in the penthouse. Now, you don't start on the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Furniture and home goods retailer Wayfair has long been a heavy hitter in e-commerce. Now it's branching out into brick and mortar stores, and CFO Kate Gulliver loves the challenge.
It is pretty wild to be almost 25 years into the business and be launching an entirely new channel.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend. We are live on the deck of the USS Intrepid.
Action on the Hudson.
And behind us, the ships have started to arrive. This is the USS Farragut coming up behind our anchor remote here.
Arleigh Burke-class missile destroyer making its way up the Hudson. I understand the Navy Secretary is on this vessel, the first that we've seen come by us here on the Hudson. But this is the beginning of what's going to be a really incredible parade, I think, of 40 naval vessels.
Let's see, if we wave, will they wave back?
I hope that we have footage of you waving. Yes, indeed.
Yes, hey!
Indeed.
They are waving back.
And they may even be hearing you.
Thanks, everybody.
And your excitement.
I'm sure they're tuned into Bloomberg.
Yeah. And we've got the Ellen McAllister and the Shannon McAllister, two tugboats, twin tugboats here, escorting that ship up the Hudson. We're at Pier, 86, 87? Help me out here. One of those two?
We're at one of the piers.
Tall ship. Yeah.
We're also waiting for more of the tall ships to come by. We've got one on our screen right there making its way down the Hudson. There are so many of these. I was surprised to see how many of these are still in existence and having been built fairly recently in this century for the most part. I was doing some reading last night and reading that when the evolution happened and merchant sailing went to steam power, there was a time when a lot of shipping was still done by tall ships because the sailboats were faster. The sails were faster than the first generation of steam-powered vessels.
We haven't lingered on the weather of the last 24 hours. We've talked a bit about how hot it's been, indeed, seeing these emergency temperatures. But last night in New York City, there was this incredible short storm that took place, and a friend of mine was out touring these boats. As you can do, you can get on one of a smaller vessel and go see them up close. And boy, did things turn quickly.
But you sent us that video. It
was
looks
pretty
like
insane.
One of these ships back in the day was in some sort of terrible squall. The waves were coming up. I'm not sure I would have wanted to be on the water, but it seems
maritime experience. And we should say, we look at this naval vessel behind us. We look at that tall ship. So much is happening here at once, and we don't want to conflate the two things. There's this naval inspection. Obviously, this vessel to our left, a part of that. Then there's the tall ship parade, and then an aviation inspection as well that's taking place.
That's right. And also an international component to that aviation air show, and led by the Blue Angels, who are that team that does all kinds of really interesting, amazing things based out of the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, where I grew up. Rocky Mountains. I used to see them with Pikes Peak behind them quite frequently. All right, one of the other things happening today, massive fireworks, as one would expect on 4th of July. Business is booming for pyrotechnic Pyrotechnico. That's the company that's producing the fireworks show, hopefully weather standing, on the National Mall in Washington tonight. It will set, if everything goes as planned, a world record with 860,000 fireworks. That's about 10 times as many as are traditionally used in the Macy's show here in New York.
Joining us now, we have, John Adams predicted Independence celebrations would go. Quote, he said, "I am apt to believe that it will be, by succeeding generations, as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, games, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward forevermore." Stephen Vitale is the CEO of Pyrotechnico. He joins us now from D.C. ahead of the big show. Stephen, great to have you with us. Christina just a moment ago outlining the numbers here, which are staggering, but put that into some context for us. When you have that many fireworks, that many pyrotechnics, what is it going to look like? How is that going to play out here this evening?
At some point, don't you reach like sky saturation with the number of fireworks going up?
Well, happy 4th of July, and thank you for having me. I mean, it's going to be, Washington, D.C. is going to be full of fireworks. It's going to be fireworks in stereo. We're shooting from 10 locations. The centerpiece will be on the National Mall. We have a massive show at West Potomac Park. And then we have 8 barges that will stretch over a mile long on the Potomac River. So it's going to be, record-breaking and the best and finest fireworks display that America's yet to see.
All right, your great-grandfather started his own pyrotechnics company in Italy in 1889, then came over to the U.S. with the company in 1922. Talk to us about how the family business and the fireworks business has evolved in that time.
Yeah, well, we're a 5th-generation company, and we're incredibly proud to help America celebrate its independence. I mean, technology has changed. All of our shows are computer choreographed and fired electronically with computers. The design element, the colors and the effects that we shoot now are far beyond, I think, what great-grandpa Constantino would have ever believed.
Christina, just a moment ago, mentioning the weather. No storms forecast in Washington tonight, but I gather that when you're shooting off fireworks like this, humidity is an issue in part because smoke can linger in the air as a result of that. Walk us through, if you would, sort of how you account for that and the degree to which that is going to be a factor that weighs on tonight's event, if at all.
Well, I think, one important component is that we stretch the display out to 40 minutes. A typical fireworks display that you would see on the 4th of July would be 18 to 20. So with the volume of fireworks, we wanted to make sure that we allowed for, smoke to clear. And we're hoping and praying for a little bit of wind and, the humidity to cool down at 10:30 when we shoot the display.
Why is the display so late this year? Does that make it, are you hoping the weather cools down, or is that just how the timing worked out? It's usually right at sunset in D.C. It's much later this year.
That's how Freedom 250 planned it, and we're up for it. I think they want it to be one of the last displays in the country, so the entire country can get to witness and watch it.
The grand finale, if you will.
There you go. Stephen, I went to the Pyrotechnico website, saw a lot of your past shows, which are, they've all been quite memorable and quite huge in their own way. I also noticed there's a drone component to the website as well, and we were talking during the break just about the degree to which drones might be taking over from fireworks. Do you see that happening? Is there a preference for drones now? Is there going to be a world in which we kind of move away from traditional pyrotechnics, traditional fireworks, into drones completely?
We don't see it. I mean, it has not cannibalized any part of our business. Drones have been a complementary offering to our clients to their fireworks display. So, we've been asked over many, many years to be able to tell stories and create logos and images in the sky. And now with drone technology and drone light shows, we're actually able to do that.
Where do all these fireworks come from? I was reading that they're sourced from all around the world. Obviously, this technology originally comes from Asia, but it's everywhere now, and you all have certainly harnessed it. Where do they come from? And then what is the R&D on this? You have fireworks that do such cool things. How do you test that? How do you come up with new ideas?
Yeah, we're always as good as our last show. I mean, the majority of firework displays, firework products come in from China, about 90% of what you would see in a typical fireworks display across the country. But we source product from Europe. Spain is a big supplier of great pyrotechnics, Italy as well. And in tonight's show, you will see some domestic products made in the United States.
Stephen Vitale, thank you very much on this very busy day for you, I know. Stephen Vitale of Pyrotechnico joining us from Washington, D.C. ahead of that major fireworks show that's going to take place tonight. And just a stone's throw away from where we are right now on Governor's Island, Vice President J.D. Vance arriving in New York Harbor. He's going to conduct the naval review that's going to take place here in just a little while, Christina. He, the most senior representative of the administration, you see his helicopter coming in to land. This is when the festivities here in New York are going to begin in earnest.
I think that's an osprey.
It is,
yeah,
indeed.
We need
Good
the
eye.
range there. Look at that. See, I knew a thing.
Yeah.
This is very interesting because you have all these senior officials. We've been seeing them arriving in New York, getting ready to take part in this this kind of cordons of Navy ships. Quite the display here. We're still looking at that naval vessel that you saw in our shot earlier. It looks like it's getting ready to park with all those sailors on deck. There's bunting on the sides, and we're expecting to see, we can see from very early, there's a ferry depot next to us, and the crowds are lined up already all down the pier. They've been here for a couple hours gathering, getting ready to see all of these things, and we're expecting remarks from the Vice President at some point as well.
So the farragut docking near us. We have the Vice President landing on the USS Kearsarge here in New York Harbor. And again, we're expecting some remarks from the Vice President at some point. Should he begin speaking, we'll bring those to you live here, of course. And then after that, we're going to have this parade of tall ships, parade of naval vessels as well, over which the Vice President will be watching, and then an aviation inspection that will take place as well.
And an interesting contrast between these ships of war that we have that are very much operational, and then these historic tall ships coming from all around the world to sail down with some good messages and some good vibes.
A showcase of maritime might taking place here, and
exactly
history here in New York City as well. All right, stay with us. Again, continuing to cover the goings-on here in New York City and around the world on this, the 4th of July, the 250th anniversary of the United States. Stay with us. It's Bloomberg This Weekend.
As an exchange, what can you do to make it more attractive to be a publicly traded company?
Talk to our customers. We spend a lot of time with our listed companies, listening to their concerns, and then act as an advocacy group for those companies to allow a company to tell their story in the most efficient way possible and reward them for the good disclosures that they are making in the market.
Is there any sort of financial innovation that you could drive to get more companies to list? Tokenization has come up.
Well, we did announce our tokenization initiative earlier this year. We already built the technology, we've already done a variety of proof of concepts. It allows for instantaneous settlement 24/7, but it is going to be a platform that runs in parallel to our more traditional exchanges.
Anything we do in Africa is going to be more risky than the U.S. I think the approach we want to take is, how are we being compensated for that risk? And one of those is obviously going to be a valuation question. In our minds, valuation is a lot more attractive in Africa, even if we adjust for some of those Africa risks that a lot of Western investors see. So yes, in a lot of ways, you take some of those models that, as I said, might be more asset medium or asset heavy. There might be some more inherent risks. However, if we're saying we're adding some risk because of that kind of model, but we're now solving a core problem as opposed to maybe a nice to have solution in Africa, that might actually offset it. Where if you're solving something that people really absolutely need and can't live without, in a way that then that's a lot less risky. So again, we'd encourage investors to have a less binary view. In other words, the US isn't risky, Africa is risky. That's going to lead to a lot of complications down the road.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
Humanoids are particularly interesting for many reasons. One is that they can actually go into regular, everyday environments, which were designed for humans. The other reason from the machine learning perspective is that humanoids have the shape of humans. So perhaps we can learn from humans doing different tasks and transfer that onto humanoids.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend, special coverage of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. David Gura here with Christina Ruffini. We're going to go to our colleague Lisa Mateo, live in Coney Island for us this morning. Lisa, what's the latest there from the boardwalk?
Well, right now, this is the place to be, Coney Island. There have been people lining up here since before 6 in the morning to get a spot on the beach. You can see the boardwalk is pretty busy for this time of the morning, but it is 4th of July. This is the home to about 350 businesses, 50,000 residents, and a boardwalk that is a national landmark here in New York City. So here to tell us more about it, we have Daniel Murphy. He's with the Alliance of Coney Island. You're the perfect person to talk about this. Good. Thank you for joining us out here. So talk about the Alliance of Coney Island and what exactly the purpose is for it.
Well, the Alliance for Coney Island was an organization put together in 2012 mostly by the businesses in Coney Island, and also with help from the city, especially the Economic Development Corporation. And at that point, it was Mayor Bloomberg who set this up. And what it was to create an environment where the businesses could thrive. A lot of our businesses are seasonal and need all the help they can get. We also have a local community with business needs of its own, so we were there to create that. And one of the things we were set out to do from the beginning was to create a business improvement district, which is what we did actually in last December when the council passed it into law. And so from now on, Coney Island will have a permanent structure to empower the businesses through a local tax base so that they can keep the streets clean, keep the streets safe, promote our local businesses, and bring ever more people to Coney Island.
Well, you mentioned a lot of these businesses. You talk with all the business owners, whether they're large or small. How are they feeling? How are they feeling right now?
Well, business people are always nervous.
Yes, of course.
Well, so that's good. It keeps them on their toes. But they're generally excited about the prospects of Coney Island now because Coney Island is on the rise. I mean, literally on the rise. If you see some of the buildings behind you that have gone up in just in the last 5 years, this all comes out of the city planning that looked at Coney Island as a place for opportunity and not for a place in the past, but for the future of it. And so, we've created that. The city is now going to invest $1 billion into the boardwalk to create a safer, more accessible boardwalk for the businesses and the people, and for the local community, very importantly. This is their park. Yeah. So we're very excited about the future. Businesses day to day always look out. They look at the weather a lot here. Sure. But Coney Island businesses bring their own weather, and it's always bright. I mean, especially from May through September.
Sure. And you mentioned the people. So what are some of the concerns of the people, or how are they feeling at this time?
People are actually worried about climate change a lot, but that's why they come here to come to the water and to enjoy kind of this. This is a communal experience, Coney Island. When people come to Coney Island, they come not only just to experience a historical location, but also to be with their fellow Americans. And so anybody has access to Coney Island through the subway or through a car. You can park here if you want. But nobody has more access to the beach than anybody else. A billionaire can lay down his blanket right next down to the transit worker. So it's really great. It's an amazing thing. People come here to get away from their worries. This is the people's playground, and so they come to play.
It is the people's playground. Now, every Friday you have fireworks. You're having extra fireworks tonight for 4th of July to celebrate the 250th.
It's not extra. We do this all the time. You do it all the time. Coney Island is about fireworks every Friday night in the summer. And July 4th, this is the best place to see fireworks because Coney Island is America. It's where people can come to. It's where you have folks coming to Coney Island who have been in the United States for 5 generations or more. And we have people who are coming who came to the United States last year. And they're here to celebrate the freedom and the ability to basically enjoy all of this without fear.
Great. Thank you so much, Daniel. Really appreciate your time out here. So that's it, guys. Coney Island. This is a place to be. I remember, too, as a kid coming out here. And it was fantastic. You come, you ride the Cyclone, you ride the Wonder Wheel, you grab a Nathan's hot dog. That's what it's all about, and enjoying the people around you. It's been great. I am sweating, and I am hot, and I am going to send it back to you guys. We're going for the beach.
Lisa, go for a swim, he counsels. Lisa, thank you very much. The comment there that stood out with me is Coney Island is America. Have you been, Christina? You haven't been yet. We have to rectify that.
I have not. I wanted to go forever. I'm also very jealous of people who grew up near a beach. That was never an experience I got to have. I think that's such a cool thing to get to do regularly. You and your family go to the beach some weekends. I think that's a great experience.
It is a wonderful part of this city that I think a lot of people don't avail themselves of. But I go to the Rockaways all the time, go to Jacob Riis Beach, and it is often packed. And as we talk about these naval ships and these tall ships, the ferry system in this city was once great, has become great once again, and now it's quite easy to get on a ferry. You can take it from Manhattan all the way to the Rockaways, and so a beach trip is not only easy, but it's like a real pleasure to get out there to pass Manhattan and Brooklyn and get to see maybe the Statue of Liberty along the way.
Which I also have not done. I know. I got to start committing to seeing different parts of the city. I know a lot of the people who are here for these festivities. I've seen them I've seen them in Central Park. I've seen them at different tourist sites. I think they're getting their money's worth out of the trip as well, because it is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be here with so many fellow sailors and other people who serve, as well as just the regular tourists who are here at this time. They got swept up in the Knicks. They got swept up in the World Cup, and now they're celebrating the sesquicentennial. Please say the thing.
Very good. I'll just cough as you say it. And they're celebrating the Kelsey Swift nuptials as well. We can't forget that part as New York City has its renaissance.
I don't think people have come to the city
Put them all in
specifically
compliment.
for that.
Oh, I was on the train down here a couple of days ago, and there were folks wearing the shirts that she wore at the Knicks game, the Stevie Nicks T-shirt. So I think that there are plenty of Swifties who felt the magnetism and came down here. We're focusing on a different magnetism here, the 4th of July, the 250th anniversary. Our special coverage here on Bloomberg This Weekend across Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and Bloomberg.com, and on the Bloomberg Business app. We are coming up on 10 o'clock in New York City.
The next hour of Bloomberg This Weekend starts right now. Happy 4th.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joe Matthew on the South Lawn of the White House, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. It is Saturday, July the 4th, Independence Day, a special one, of course. This is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It's 10 o'clock, Wall Street time. We are on live for another hour here as part of our special coverage of the semi-quincentennial. I'm David Gura.
Yeah, see, it just rolls off his tongue.
Off the tongue.
I'm going to mess it up every single time. I'm Christina Ruffini. We're coming to you live from the deck of the USS Intrepid Museum here in New York. We're going to check back in with Lisa Mateo soon. She is in Coney Island and talk about today's historic milestone being celebrated throughout the country and especially on the waterways behind us. You're going to see tall ships behind us shortly. The Vice President, we've seen his Osprey has taken flight. He's expected to land soon and make remarks. And we're also going to talk to other leaders, including Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who I believe is joining us now. Governor, are you with us?
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July. How are you, sir? I'm wondering, as you look at all these events across the country, what do you see as you look back on the 250 years of America? Do you see unity or do you see concern?
I see a country that has had 250 years of really one of the most remarkable journeys in world history, where we were founded on an idea and founded on a promise that we were going to see everybody and that we would create something new and unique that truthfully has been the greatest experiment in world history. And I think we're now looking at a country that continues to work to honor its promise. And that is the work of patriotism. In fact, I'll be giving an address from the Maryland State Capitol, really talking about how the work of patriotism is a commitment to sacrifice and a commitment to service, that we believe in each other, we fight for each other. That's what's made this country unique in the past, and that's what will continue giving this country a strength in the future.
Talk a bit more about that, the speech that you're going to give there in Annapolis. A lot of veterans will be in the audience for that speech. There's this notion that patriotism has become a contested thing, and I gather that's something that you want to push back against in that speech you're going to deliver.
It is, because patriotism is not political, and patriotism is not partisan. Patriotism is the people who are willing to fight for the hope of us. The ones who were willing to put on this country's uniform and fight overseas, and the ones who were willing to serve as doctors and nurses back home and to heal them when they came home. It was the people who were willing to, fight and to work in the shipyards, and the people who were the conductors in the Underground Railroad. That patriotism just simply means, are you willing to fight for the hope of something that you might not even see yourself, but you are doing it because hopefully future generations will be able to benefit from the work that you have done. We are a nation of patriots, and which means we're a nation of public servants. And I think that's the thing I want to be able to focus on, is showing that this is not political and it is not partisan, that no party owns that. That is something that makes this country so special, and it's something that we must protect.
I do want to ask you about the status of the American Dream. Our colleagues at BBC, I was listening this morning, went out and asked for people to send them messages about what it means to be an American today, and most of them were overwhelmingly positive. But a couple were from people, and I've heard this among first-generation families that I talk to, or just friends who are immigrants to this country, that the American Dream, you come here, you work hard, you bootstrap yourself up, anything is achievable, is seeming harder and more distant than it used to be for a lot of people, even folks whose whole life wanted to come to America, and now they're not sure that was the right decision. Talk to us about the status of the American Dream. Do you think it is still achievable? And if not, what can we do to change that? What do politicians and lawmakers need to do to make that possible again?
I think that I understand why people have skepticism. We are in a society right now where people do feel like they're working harder and making less. We are in a society right now where people feel like everything is just more expensive, and they're watching people in the highest offices, enriching themselves, sitting in these offices. So I understand why there's skepticism. The thing that I would just say is, while that skepticism is real and justified, and frankly, it's skepticism that I have as well, that skepticism can serve as my companion, but I won't let it become my captor. I won't let that skepticism become something that allows me to forfeit and not forget everything that people did coming before me. I'm going to be giving this address today from the Maryland State Capitol as the first black governor in the history of the state of Maryland, knowing that I'm giving a speech in a building that was partially built by the hands of enslaved people. So progress is possible inside of this country, but we just need to make sure that for both our leaders and our everyday citizens, that we understand that the work that is required in order for us to continue to achieve the American Dream is work that all of us must embrace.
Let me pick up on what Christina just asked, because in addition to being governor, you've written many books, and a lot of them have focused on opportunity in this country. And a few weeks back, I had a conversation with Senator Raphael Warnock, in which he said he's a bit concerned that the opportunities that he had wouldn't be available to him today if he were younger and just starting out in his life, in his public life. I'm curious if you share that sense, and I guess moving beyond just sort of the immigrant story in this country and that notion of the American Dream, how you think about opportunity through the prism of the day that we're marking today, the 250th anniversary of this country.
I would say that opportunity is not a straight line, and I think the promise of this country has not been a straight line. I think that one thing we have known about this country was that it was founded on a promise. But truthfully, there has never been a time in this country's history where that promise was simply given. It has always been earned. And this country has had a long history of complications. And so the thing that I continue to push for is I continue to have a clear understanding that this country has always been littered of times of inconsistency and pain and heartbreak and unfairness. But it was the people who were never willing to give up are the reasons that we are here now to this day. And one of the things I'm very thankful for to be the governor of a state and be the governor of Maryland is we're actually actively working to do something about it, where we've signed the largest mass pardon in the history of the United States of America, giving people a second chance with misdemeanor cannabis convictions over 175,000, that we've been able to raise a minimum wage, that we've been able to have the large investments in childcare in our state's history, that we've been able to add over 55,000 new businesses since I've been the governor, that we've been able to have the fastest, amongst the fastest drop in violent crime anywhere in the United States of America, that these challenges are still real, but we actually have a chance to do something about it. And I just refuse to spend time wallowing on where we are, knowing that the people who came before me didn't do that. And that's why we're in the situations that we have right now.
Governor, I'm wondering, as a leader of a state, we just finished this very interesting term at the Supreme Court. The president did suffer a few losses, but for the most part, we saw yet again another expansion of executive power. And I wonder, as you think on this 250th anniversary about the Constitution, that enumerated powers clause, the powers that's not listed here is reserved to the states. How do you think about that balance between states' rights, states' powers, and the federal government? Do you think governors should be doing more? Do you think that Washington is taking over too much, or do you think the balance is probably right where it should be?
No, I think what's really important is for governors to never forget the Constitution. The beauty of the Constitution is that actually a lot of the powers do not fall within the federal government. A lot of the powers fall within the state governments. And it's important for governors to never lose sight of that. The reason that, for example, in the state of Maryland, that we've had amongst the fastest drops in violent crime, anywhere in the United States of America over a 3-year period, is not because we activated the National Guard, and it is not because we deployed federal troops into our streets. It's because we actually started working together with state and local leaders to be able to bring the kind of results that we are looking for. The reason that we've been able to have, amongst the fastest rises in public education scores since the end of COVID is not because the federal government did something, because in fact, in many ways, education is a state-run function according to the Constitution. It's because we actually started working together with communities and our educators and being able to make sure that our kids should be able to start earlier and be able to learn not just how to be employees, but how to be employers, and doing more when it comes to trade and apprenticeship programs. So I am actually really thankful that governors have a unique opportunity right now to not just protect their people, but protect the Constitution. And I don't think that's something that any governor should ever forfeit to consolidate power amongst the larger federal executive.
We're talking to Governor Wes Moore of Maryland on this, the 4th of July, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, as we see pictures of Vice President J.D. Vance and the USS Kearsarge beginning the inspection of this naval fleet here in earnest. And Governor, I could ask you if you're thinking of running for president. I suspect you would demur, but picking up on what you've said just a moment ago, it does sound like what you were laying out are parts of a vision for how you think the Democratic Party should approach politics more broadly, and something we often ask politicians on the show is who's the leader of the Democratic Party. And I wonder sort of if you see a void there, and if you would like kind of what you were describing to be kind of more central tenets of the party of which you're a part.
I think about the last election that we just had in Maryland this past Tuesday, where we were not only able to win overwhelmingly in our race for governor, but also nominated and supported and endorsed a whole slate of candidates around the state, what we called our leave no one behind slate. And the only prerequisite that I had for people in the leave no one behind slate, it's not a party affiliation nor a wing of a party. The only prerequisite I had was, are you ready to disrupt the status quo? And are you ready to move fast to be able to bring real results for people? And that is the direction that I think we have to be able to move in, and not just as a party, but as a country, where we got to stop being a place of no and slow and start being a place of yes and now. We have to understand that the frustrations that people have, they are real. And if you're not focusing on doing everything you can to increase housing inventory, everything you can to work to control cost, everything you can to be able to create educational opportunities for our kids, everything you can to be able to make it easier for businesses to be able to come and grow and thrive inside of your society, but also making sure that workers are not being left behind in that process, then frankly, then the politics and the people will leave you behind. And so that is the type of leadership that I know we are looking for, because I know that even in the times of the greatest challenges in our country's history, only two things have gotten us through. It's God's grace and moral leadership. And so we're going to pray for God's grace, but we better be ready to stand up and provide moral leadership as well.
Before we let you go, you mentioned people are hungry for action. They're hungry for change. They're hungry to see their lawmakers actually do something. And that's partially why we think we've seen this rise of self-identified democratic socialists winning in places like here in New York and in Colorado. I'm wondering if that presents a liability for Democrats going into the fall, or if you think there's room in the tent for people who identify in that way under the Democratic Party.
I think that the thing that we should be focusing on is not identifying who should not be part of a conversation. It's about how are you delivering results so people will choose you regardless of who is in the conversation. When I looked at what happened in the state of Maryland, we had candidates from a wide variety of platforms and policy positions. But frankly, the reason that we were so wildly successful with our Leave No One Behind slate is because these were actions. There's results that people were looking for, and they wanted to see the status quo disrupted. And I think that's what we were able to provide.
Governor Westmore, appreciate the time here. Again, ahead of that speech you're going to deliver at the Annapolis State House in just a few moments' time, again, centering on patriotism. Great to have you here.
Happy 4th of July.
On this special Bloomberg This Weekend. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. And once again, as we mentioned just a moment ago, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, is here in New York City. He's on the USS Kearsarge inspecting the sailors on that vessel. We're waiting for the start of several parades. Yes, the Tall Ships Parade, but also this parade of naval vessels from around the world. And with him on that ship, that's going to begin in earnest here in just a few minutes.
I do need to issue a Bloomberg correction. It is the Blue Angels. That is the Naval Air Wing deployment. I was talking about the Air Force One out of Colorado Springs. So I apologize.
There's different Coloradans getting angry with you.
I know. It's mostly in my phone. So I apologize. I got overexcited. I thought it was the Thunderbirds out of Colorado. But both awesome, and we're happy to have the Blue Angels here. We are also happy to have Jeff Mason, who I believe is on the North Lawn. Jeff, as we wait for the Vice President to make remarks, do we have any idea what we're expecting to hear from him? He's been put in this very interesting position, especially given these conflicts overseas. Do we expect him to address any of that today?
He certainly could. I mean, I think we saw with President Trump last night during his remarks at Mount Rushmore and all of many of the events leading up to the 4th of July that he's not shying away from politics or policy at these events. Vice President Vance may give more of a traditional 4th of July speech. So TBD on that, but certainly possible that he would get into talking about Iran. Big story in Iran today with a lot of people coming out to celebrate, I guess, or mourn the death of the supreme leader who was killed at the very beginning of the Iran war by the United States and Israel. So interesting juxtaposition of that on 4th of July. TBD whether Vice President Vance gets into that or not.
Just want to say what's happening on your screen here for our listeners on radio especially. I know there are a lot of listening on 99.1 down in Washington, D.C. to hear the Governor of Maryland speak just a few moments ago. It looks like we have those Blue Angels in formation very close to New York City. We're keeping an eye out for you.
I can see them right over David's shoulder. Look, they're coming right up the river behind us. This is pretty excellent here.
You can see the contrast. And I should say the pier adjacent to us here on the Hudson River really packed with people. I think this was expected. We're going to get a lot of people to come out here to the Hudson River as this parade begins in earnest. But a lot of eager spectators to see, yes, the ship's on the water, but the plane's flying overhead. And I'll stop yammering here for a moment as we watch those planes fly by. This is pretty amazing, just how low they are to the water.
You can hear the crowds cheering as well.
Jeff Mason, turning back to you, I gather you're going to get a kind of similar slate of planes over the course of the day in Washington, D.C. as well. They may have closed temporarily the Great American State Fair, but the air show in Washington will continue apace.
Yeah, and it's really cool watching just on the screen here what you guys are seeing there in New York. Yes, Washington should be seeing something similar this afternoon, and I can tell you that they were doing rehearsals for that for quite some time, including yesterday on my way in to the White House. It was, if you didn't know what was going on, you might have thought that something really bad was happening because it was very loud in the sky and over the streets of Washington, as I'm sure it's pretty loud there right now. But pretty cool to watch. Yes, unless anything has changed with the schedule here, the air show festivities were supposed to begin right around 1 o'clock and go for several hours actually over D.C. So that'll be a treat to see here as well.
And we just saw another squadron behind us, more standard livery there, flying in V formation. We want to bring in Colonel Wayne Sanders, who's also joining us. Colonel Sanders, talk about these demonstration squads. I erroneously have been calling the Blue Angels by the wrong name. But what is their purpose and what do they do? I mean, yes, they do really cool things in demonstrations, but it is also kind of a show of these machines and these incredibly skilled pilots and what exactly they can pull off.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you look at the FA-18 Super Hornet, which is what the Blue Angels are flying, it is a true just testament to the technology and capability of the United States, as well as the capacity and capability of the pilots. I had a chance to spend some time with some Blue Angels pilots out at U.S. Indo-PACOM a little while ago, and it was just phenomenal to talk about what they actually do, how often they're actually gone. They spend a majority of the year, 300-plus days, because they go out and they do event after event to be able to show that. But the amount of capability and technology to be able to fly that close together with their fellow pilots is absolutely phenomenal, and it's a great testament also to strategic importance that the U.S. actually places on air superiority, as we even saw even in U.S.-Iran conflict as well.
How hard is it to get the slot on one of these demonstration teams? I know it is a good gig, but you have to be very, very good, as you were mentioning, to be able to fly those precision maneuvers.
Absolutely. No, I mean, they go through rigorous amount of tests. It's not only just physical capability, but also you have to go through a lot of psychological tests as well. They put you through some of these incredible things, like how many G's you can take, right? The amount of pressure that's being placed on your body to be able to do it. And there are some folks that are out there, right, who do really, really well in certain areas, but then can't pass just one specific piece. Well, guess what? Then you're not going to make that team. But so we already have the best fighter pilots in the world. And now you take all of them and say, okay, I want to take the best of the best, and I want to put them on this capable demonstration team like the Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds for the Air Force. It's pretty amazing.
Colonel Wayne Sanders with us. We've got Robert Snyder of the Rutgers University Newark back on set with us as well, historian, professor of journalism, and just curious what you're thinking as you watch all of this unfold. We were talking a bit about these moments in history, the anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, the bicentennial. There have been moments in New York City history like this before. How are you thinking of this as you watch it all unfold?
New Yorkers turn to the harbor for big events and processions. They've been doing that since the time of the American Revolution. And I think of the Hudson-Fulton celebration in 1909 celebrates Henry Hudson's sailing through the harbor up into the Hudson River and the anniversary of Robert Fulton's steamboat. Then you think of the great flyover and naval review after World War II that President Truman oversaw. Then you think of 1976, the bicentennial, and 10 years after that, the centennial of the Statue of Liberty, a great symbol of immigration in New York Harbor. I mean, these bring people down to the water because you can see things here on a scale that you can't see anywhere else in the city.
And people are down on the water, Christina. We can see them all around where we're sitting. Again, it's a spectacular sight to see these planes like 500 feet above the water.
They're very, very close. I'd see if we could wave to the folks on the pier, but they are fixated down the water to watch these jets come up.
That, a tugboat.
And now we've got a tugboat.
But I do see another plane coming up the Hudson, so we'll continue to show you these pictures and describe to you what we can for those listening on radio as this aviation parade unfolds
It's a much
here.
larger plane, possibly a B-2. I can't tell from here. But Professor, I also wanted to ask you about the history of kind of these naval reviews. We know there are times when they're unpopular, times when they're popular. This president loves a military review. He went over to Normandy, saw what the show the French put on, and wanted to do something like that in D.C. But they mean something. What do they mean, and does it depend on who is there and what time, what era they occur in?
They mean the most when they draw on a national consensus of everybody being in on what's being celebrated, and a symbol of unity and a spirit of unity among American people. In a time of acute partisanship and manipulation from above, they're going to be less broadly popular. This is a really big problem.
Jeff Mason, let me pick up on that. I think that's an important point, and you have a president who I think has expressed a lot of affection for events like this one, but it is something that's rolling without him. This is not something that he called for or wanted. You mentioned a little while back the military parade that took place about a year ago in Washington, D.C. Talk, if you would, just about the way that he sees events like this. And I should point out once again, he's not up here in New York for this. There are going to be flyovers in D.C. The vice president is here, but he is somebody who does have a lot of affection for demonstrations like this. And I think we can kind of date that back to that trip that he took to France where he stood with Emmanuel Macron a few years back.
He did. I think you can probably also date that or draw a line between that and his desire to build a triumphal arch in Washington, D.C. He definitely takes inspiration from other cities that he's been to and from other strong leaders that he feels an affinity to, and that includes a military show of force. In Washington, yes, as you said, there will be an air show here as well. The president has remarked before, it's kind of interesting, that he wished he could take credit for it being the 250th anniversary of the United States, but he can't take credit for that. But he has portrayed it as a bit of a side benefit of him having his second term start in 2025 instead of in 2021, even though he continues to falsely say that he won that election. But the benefit for him now being able to preside over this is something that he's certainly taking advantage of and really enjoying, and he has applied that same logic to the World Cup and the Olympics coming up as well.
Yeah. Jeff, I want to turn to you quickly here. We just saw an Osprey come by, and of all of us here, I think you're the only one who's flown on an Osprey with some regularity.
I'm very upset about this.
As a member of the traveling press pool. Tell us a bit about that. What's that like, Jeff?
Don't tell us about this, Jeff, because this is very upsetting to me. I never got on the pool rotation where I got to get in the Osprey. You guys are always posting such cool photos of yourself. Fine, answer the question. How cool is it to fly in an Osprey, Jeff Mason?
Who do I answer, Christina or David? I have spent some time in an Osprey. I will be honest with you, the helicopters, I think the Chinook helicopters that we had before the Ospreys were easier to look out of. The Ospreys are quick, but once they close that back, and this is a first world problem to have, obviously, but once they close the back, you can't really see much. But they are very efficient, and it's useful sometimes when you're in the pool for the Ospreys to pick up the press and get us to wherever we're going a little bit before the president gets there.
And I do want to say that the larger plane we saw before, I believe, was a C-130, possibly a Hercules coming up.
There's kind of a regular pace to this. I think about every minute we're seeing another plane or a series of planes coming by.
We've got two coming in now.
Two coming in right now.
And this is kind of a demonstration of how many different types of equipment there are. Colonel Sanders, I know that when you are getting your wings, there is kind of like a ceremony, both in the Navy and the Air Force, where it's like a matching ceremony almost when you're going to med school. They kind of match you with the equipment that you are best fitted for, that you're best tested for. Talk to us about the range of roles and what we're seeing in these different planes and jets as they're flying over and what they do.
Absolutely. When you think about even the Iran conflict itself, you have everyone from like an A-10 fighter pilot, right, which is a close air support capability that we've had for a really long time. And the Army obviously is a big fan of the A-10 because they provide that close air support. I've been saved in Iraq based off of A-10 overflights. So you have this original group of just true combat veteran aviators in this A-10 community, which take incredible pride in being this A-10 fighter pilot. But then you also have these fighter pilots that are tied to the F-18 and the F-35 and these 4th, 4.5, and 5th gen aircraft, which are incredibly technical, incredibly powerful in what they actually accomplish. So you have an entire community that's focused on that as well. And then you have a strategic bomber fleet. So now you have the folks that are on those, the B-2 Spirits, and soon the B-21 Raider. And so each one has their own culture. They all have their own ways to look at it and go, all right, this is where I take my pride from. I'm actually going to hold on to this, and this is who I am. So when you talk to fighter pilots who've retired and you talk about the number of combat missions they've flown, the amount of hours they put in that seat, they take incredible pride in that, as they should, because they are the best in the business.
Can you talk to us about the future of these, especially the Joint Strike Fighter program? I know the F-35 has had a lot of issues getting off the ground, quite literally, problems with the technology in the helmet, problems with it does seem to be moving forward. But are these programs where they need to be given the technology that exists, or are they still behind where they could be if they had been able to streamline some of those builds? I mean, these programs take decades to make.
Yeah, I think that there's been so many lessons learned for the F-35 and how it was actually the amount of countries that were involved in the build for it, as well as trying to then keep them, the maintenance, repair operations, the MRO side of the house for the F-35, realizing that it's not just about building them and getting them out the door, but also the sustainability of that fleet for all the countries that have been provided for that F-35. So you see that within the 5th generation aircraft community right now, and Lockheed and some other integrators as well play a key part in making sure that those lessons learned have come up. They put a lot more money into expenditures specifically to be able to address those concerns, to keep that operational readiness level high enough, because it had dipped in the past, like you mentioned. And so you are seeing that, and I think that that's one of the key areas as we look into FA-XX and other 6th gen aircraft programs that the U.S. is looking into. You've seen some other pieces of FCAS and GCAP across 6th gen, across our allies as well, that have struggled in some of these ways. So I think all of them are looking to that F-35. What could we do better to streamline and balance technology and capability? Because if you can only build a couple a year, you're not going to scale to the necessity that you need to provide that security capability.
Robert Snyder, there's a kind of New York self-importance, which I embrace. That is, this is the greatest city in the world. And I think what's special about an event like this one is we're not just looking at U.S. fighter planes and bombers. Other nations are involved in this as well. And as we see this tall ship parade begin in earnest and the naval review as well, these aren't just American ships. Talk a bit about that, kind of the New York's place in the world at a moment like this. Yes, Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, but there is something about New York.
Yes, New York has always been a city in the world. It's always been plugged in a maritime way to the rest of the world. That goes back to the time of the Dutch here, even, when it was called New Amsterdam. It's certainly true throughout the 19th century and most of the 20th century. We were the biggest port in the United States of America. And what made New York City important as a port is it brought American goods to the rest of the world. It brought other countries' goods to the United States of America. And it brought here generations of immigrants who settled in and enriched the city. I mean, that is what made the port so important in New York, and it contributes to the city even today.
One of the things that's so interesting about the history of New York is that it's not the capital of America. Right. It was this really important city. Almost very early on, it was the financial epicenter of the New World. And yet somehow, how it all played out, thanks in part to the guy our colleague was just interviewing, Thomas Jefferson, the capital is not here. Did that end up benefiting New York in a way?
The capital not being here allowed New York to achieve eminence in other areas. It was never going to be the political capital of the country, and I think it was already economically powerful enough that the founders' generation didn't want to load the political capital onto an economic capital.
Spread the wealth out or the influence a little bit.
Well, the state capital is in Albany, not New York City. If you live in upstate New York, you don't want New York City running the show.
Colonel Sanders, let me have you take a bite of the apple that I just threw to the professor, and that is you have all of these militaries from around the world here. Talk about just the degree of organization involved in all of this. And as I look at my watch and see the regularity with which these planes are coming by, this is a very well choreographed event. How rare is something like this, and what kind of collaboration have we seen leading up to this?
Absolutely. I mean, this is only the seventh one of these types of reviews that have been done in the United States in its history. And so you put all these pieces together. The partnerships and allies to the United States are of utmost importance, especially when it comes to military power, when it comes to how we actually not only project power, but also then be able to defend our allies as well. And so this is a true show of these other countries that are coming in and saying, hey, look, this is amazing what we've done in the past, being able to celebrate that our history, but also then being able to look forward and say, we look forward to the continued partnership with these countries to be able to do it. Now, bringing them in, the military, there's nobody better than the military in terms of being able to plan. They know how to war game anything that you need to be able to do. So being able to bring in these types of aircraft as well as these vessels and be able to coordinate them appropriately, I guarantee you that the military folks that help plan this, they have done this ad nauseum probably for the last few months. They haven't slept much to make sure that this goes off without a hitch.
I know quite a few military folks who went to run logistics for some pretty massive companies after getting out. Seems like something they learn how to do. We should be seeing here shortly, in addition to Air Force and Marine vehicles, we're also going to be seeing Coast Guard search and rescue helicopters and then a fixed-wing fleet flying over as well, coming up behind us shortly.
Yes, and then we're going to see some planes from the UK and France on the heels of that, according to the schedule here, Italy and some other NATO allies. And I'll pause here to say, look, we're on the cusp of a big NATO summit that's going to take place in Ankara in just a few days' time. So again, it's a show here of the U.S.'s place in the world, as we were just talking about, and seeing these allies here is certainly a reminder of that.
That's right, and it's an interesting time for NATO and for some of these alliances, but that seems to be set aside here in this display of unity. Now, whether or not everything will be so hunky-dory when they're in Ankara, Turkey, not so far from now, we'll have to ask our colleagues next week. But at the moment, you mentioned Italy, different NATO allies, UK, France have all contributed here today. And when we see these ships start to come by, they are from all over the world, South America, Central America, Europe. I'm trying to think where else they were. I was very surprised how many countries had tall ships and wanted to sail them up here.
Yes, and as you pointed out early in the show, some modern vessels, some very old ones as well that have been very handsomely restored. You can see some of those there in New York Harbor. Just to reset, give you the state of play, this parade of planes is now happening over the Hudson River. We're waiting for the tall ships parade to begin in earnest. They'll come behind us here on the Hudson River, and then we're going to see some of those naval vessels, the gray-hulled vessels, as they were identified as a little earlier in the show, coming up the Hudson as well.
And we're also expecting to see some maritime strike helicopters from the Navy, Hawkeyes, P-8A Poseidons, Super Hornets, and then coming up at the end, we're likely to see some of those stealth aircrafts that I thought were coming our way earlier, but it turned out to just be a shadow. It's a little hard to see for our vantage point when they start, but they're coming right up the water behind us. It's pretty amazing. And then they should be doing what we're calling a final mass fly pass over the Hudson River. I imagine that'll be quite a show of force as all these aircraft join together to close out this air show here on the water.
I think what's really clear as you lay out what we're expecting is just how massive an undertaking this is. We heard that from Colonel Sanders just a moment ago, the amount of planning that went into this, but really an unprecedented number of vessels on the water in and around New York Harbor in the run-up to this, and then, of course, the amount of flyovers that we're seeing here in New York is something I certainly haven't seen since I've lived in the city before.
This is crazy. I mean, I've seen this more, I think, in D.C. than you guys probably have here, but the optics with the skyline behind them, the harbor here and everybody waiting. We can see across to New Jersey as well, and all the piers there are just covered in people who've been out from pretty early this morning waiting to catch a glimpse as our country celebrates its 250th anniversary, and we are here at the USS Intrepid covering it all. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a little while with more of that air show and the ship review, and we're also waiting to hear from the Vice President here shortly. Bloomberg This Weekend continues after this.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. This is Bloomberg Television.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance. Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people, the transactions, and the technology. Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
It's a $75 billion IPO, the largest in history. I think it presages the beginning of a pretty sizable wave of IPOs, which we're excited about. And I also think it shows you that the capital markets, led by the U.S. capital markets, but the global capital markets are demonstrating a willingness to finance this AI infrastructure build and this build in space, which is quite exciting.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Surveillance. What is the worst Fed's response mechanism to inflation that is ticking, inflecting upward, given the fact that this Fed has been incredibly dovish? Are they going to wreck the party? I mean, ultimately, it's easy to be a skeptic, but I might as well join the party and not be so, skeptical, because you're not paid to be skeptical. You're not paid to poke holes. You are paid to just go with the mob.
Have we got that breaking news whoosh that drives across the screen? Can we play that now? Sort of breaking news.
It's the job. Come on.
Bramo, I think, gonna look to confirm this, but I think Bramo just turned bullish. Is that what just happened?
I think that it just doesn't pay to be skeptical. You take a look at every single different benchmark.
Okay.
I mean, it's sort of, what are we trading people? We are trading them that you cannot lose, and that seems to be the way to go.
Bulls everywhere this morning, getting very nervous following that.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance, live every weekday.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak to Rafael Nadal, the tennis star, about how he stayed competitive despite injury.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep playing tennis for 1, for 2, or for 10 years.
One iconic match.
In my mind was, I am almost dead.
And whether he misses playing.
I don't miss tennis because was nothing else to offer.
So tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
We've just launched the first regulated perpetual futures product here in the United States, and the interest has been pretty astronomical. We like to, get things right with our regulators at the CFTC on products before we list them. I think there's a lot of both retail and institutional interest in perpetual futures, and we're likely to see that continue to grow.
How do you distinguish between legitimate informed trading versus insider trading? And we know there's also talks with Congress, like, are you going to ban people who may have special knowledge that the public does not know?
So we prohibit members of Congress from trading on our platform. U.S. law already prohibits members of the U.S. government from insider trading on information that they have. It has been exciting to watch Congress explore legislating in this space, and we're largely supportive of legislative efforts to target those contracts where they may have insider information, and we do that work on the exchange to prohibit and detect that activity already.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesday.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend, our special coverage of the 4th of July, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. David Gura with Christina Ruffini as we begin to see a lot of action here on and above the Hudson River, Christina. The flyovers have begun in earnest, I'd say every minute. Another plane or series of planes flying by. So far we've seen Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, many more to come. And the applause, I don't know if you can hear it from my mic. The piers here on the west side of Manhattan, full of people who have thronged to this river to watch these flyovers take place, and this is really just the beginning of what's going to be a very action-packed day here on the Hudson River. Not only are we having these flyovers, Christina, there is a parade of tall ships and a naval review as well, and the Vice President in town for that.
That's right. I think, Colonel Sanders, you can check me if you can see them. I think those were some A-10s that just flew behind us. I know you were talking about those earlier in the essential role they play in providing air cover when you're in the fields. I don't know if you're still with us and you're able to see what just passed behind us. But what are some of the aircrafts that you think really stand out and are some of the most useful to folks when they are in combat?
Yeah, I would say you named two of them right before we went on to break, too. And I would say it's the P-8. The P-8 is the Navy's submarine hunter. You saw a lot of that being used over the springtime into the summer, because if that aircraft carriers are the fist of American sea power, the P-8 is the eyes and ears. It's one of the things that can help. It searches thousands of square miles of ocean in a single mission, tracking submarines that are designed not to be found. And as Russia and China expand their submarine fleets, aircraft like the P-8 become that much more strategically valuable. And then the Hawkeye. The Hawkeye is the Carrier Strike Group's airborne air traffic controller. So you add air traffic control, radar station, and battlefield commander all rolled into one. So if fighters win dogfights, the Hawkeye makes sure that they know where to go before the fight even begins. And then looking forward into future conflict, I think that the strategic bomber fleet proved what it can do, because as adversaries' capabilities for air defense and integrated air and missile defense commands for our adversaries continue to get better, we have to be able to be faster and more stealthy. We have to continue with our stealth technology so that we can reach target space if called upon, right? We don't need to go all the time or anything like that, but we need, as a strategic deterrence message, we need to be able to let adversaries know the U.S. can reach out and touch anyone in the world, even with the most advanced radars in the world out there.
Colonel, you talked about a very technical term, stealthiness, but I do know there is also talk about the next generation of stealth fighters. I imagine with modern technology, it is getting harder and harder to achieve stealth. There's so many different ways, even private sector ways, to be detected. What is next on the horizon for that technology, and what is needed from an operational standpoint?
Yeah, I think it's going to continue. You're going to see the cat and mouse game no matter what. One of the things that you're going to see is a continuation of minerals, right? The coatings that are used in stealth technology continue to advance, because everything that you're trying to do with the radar system, right, is you are trying to be able to identify a signature that's out there that's not normally detected and being able to see it. So as you create different designs of aircraft to make it so that the radars can't see you, low observable aircraft, this is one of the pieces that becomes that much more important, is the materials that are used, the heat signatures that an aircraft produces. You've got to be able to do everything you can to obfuscate what that actually looks like. And so I think between the technology that you're seeing and the minerals and the raw materials that are used specifically, science continues to advance and say, okay, it used to look like this. Now, if I make this one tweak to this metal, if I heat it differently and I do this, it will change all of its characteristics. And I think that's one of the things that you're seeing between 4th generation, 5th generation, and now soon to be 6th generation aircraft.
Just want to catch everybody up to speed here. Watching these planes come by on the Hudson River, again, about a minute each between each of these groups. And Colonel Sanders, if I could just ask you, Vice President Vance, as we mentioned, is in the city here. He's on a naval ship as well, I believe, doing this review of the ships that will be passing by in a moment's time. Talk a bit about that review, the symbolic importance of the Vice President being here for that part of this.
I think it goes to show how much the administration cares about its military, about its service members, as well as the protection of the United States. Part of this international review also shows the importance that it places on our allies and how important they are to us. And so when Vice President Vance is there and he's actually having this conversation, he's bringing up his speech, I think one of the biggest things you're going to see is patriotism. Even Governor Westmore, when he was on, right, he said that patriotism isn't political. And I think that that's super important. I think you're going to see Vice President Vance really be able to settle in on the fact that he's in New York, one of the most powerful cities in the world, and he's there as, hey, guess what? We are the greatest country in the world, and no matter which political side you may fall on, we are still the greatest country in the world, and that's why people continue to come here to live their lives. And I think that you're going to see that in both things that President Trump talks about as well as Vice President Vance.
I believe as we look down the water now, we are looking at some of those stealth bombers coming up. I think the one in the middle there looks like a B-2. You can always tell because it looks like a black wing piercing through the sky. And we've got some interesting contrails from the one closest to us right now. Jeff, as you look at this list of countries that have contributed either tall ships or regular military Navy vessels or participated in this air show, it does show what seems to be a strong alliance with the United States. But behind the scenes, I know things are much more complicated than that. Could this goodwill bleed over into things like the NATO conference, or do you think this is a one-of and it's going to be back to business as usual by the time all these leaders meet up later in the week?
I've got two answers to that good question, Christina. I think what you're seeing there is on some level that relationship transcends politics and transcends who's in the White House. That history and that shared collaboration over decades, over centuries, is a part of the fabric of the relationship between the United States and its closest allies. But it has certainly been tested, and that is certainly true now going into that NATO conference. I mean, the president has been, I think it's fair to say, largely more critical of U.S. allies often than he has of U.S. enemies. And that has manifested itself in that defense in NATO and the defense union that is NATO. Particularly lately, he's taken a really hard stance against Spain and any other allies that didn't help with the Iran war, including, by the way, Great Britain. And I've been reflecting on that a little bit this week, too, as I think most of us have. The fact that we're celebrating the fact that the United States separated from Great Britain, the 13 American colonies 250 years ago. But actually, Great Britain now, and for many, many years, has been a very, very close ally with Washington. Although that relationship is also under strain, President Trump has been a very big critic of outgoing Prime Minister Keir Starmer. So I think it's a little bit of both. I also think that the discussion about patriotism is quite interesting. Republicans, and President Trump in particular, but he's not the only Republican leader, have used patriotism often very much to their political benefit. And so it was interesting to hear a Democratic governor saying, listen, patriotism is not a partisan thing. That is not always the case when you're on the stage at some of these political rallies, certainly in the MAGA world and with President Trump.
Robert Snyder, historian, back with us here on set, and we're talking a lot about the strategic importance of the planes that we're seeing flying by. How about the symbolic importance? How should we consider sort of the symbolic importance of seeing all of this military might?
The United States was strongest when it led an alliance that had its roots in World War II, an Atlantic alliance that spread across the NATO countries. And in some ways, the presence of all these nations here affirms that old alliance. Its present situation, as you've observed, is much trickier than that. There are sort of notes of instability and lack of cohesion. And I think this is the last moment of an old order, and it's the new moment of a new order. And where that new order is going to take us is not yet clear.
But it does kind of show how difficult it is even to extract from an alliance that's been going on for so many decades. When I talk to defense ministers and foreign ministers, because there's this big issue with the president wanting them to contribute more, right, get that 5% threshold, but they tell me it's not just about money because all of these countries need to contribute different things that NATO needs for equipment, and of course we're seeing some of that equipment here behind us, and they all do use similar things and complementary things because they have to. All that stuff has to talk to each other if they've got to go to war together.
And I think that'll be part of the conversation that's going to take place in Turkey here in the week ahead. And as we go to break here, just want to reestablish, we're seeing these flyovers take place. We're seeing some of these tall ships make their way past Battery Park City at the southern tip of Manhattan. I should say leading that, the vanguard position of those tall ships is a ship from the Netherlands. Homage, I think, to this being New Amsterdam, of course. If we look back at New York City history. Our coverage continues here on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, at Bloomberg.com, and on the Bloomberg Business app. Bloomberg This Weekend, special coverage of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Deals.
I think the politicization of antitrust at the state level is gaining as we go through time. I just think companies need to be prepared with their messaging to make sure that what they're saying about their deals not only appeals to shareholders, but also appeals to labor unions, appeals to consumer advocates, and all the other stakeholders in that state ecosystem.
Are there deals that you've looked at, that you've maybe advised on, or you've said, look, this looks possible that it'll get past federal regulators, but it won't in the state, and that's a reason maybe to not pursue a deal? Is that occurring right now?
I think the conversation is more about, here's an area where you may run into some friction, and here's some steps that you may want to take in the planning process to make sure that when you encounter that friction, you're fully prepared to deal with it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Deals, live every week.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Brief.
You have semis zigging in one corner, but another, the IGV zagging in the other corner. So you've had this cancellation broadly on the index volatility side. But we've continued to say, you have a guy who's limboing and the limbo stick is 12 inches off the ground. How much further lower can we go for a lot of these metrics like correlation before we see a reflation?
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Furniture and home goods retailer Wayfair has long been a heavy hitter in e-commerce. Now it's branching out into brick and mortar stores, and CFO Kate Gulliver loves the challenge.
It is pretty wild to be almost 25 years into the business and be launching an entirely new channel.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
All right, you're watching live images from this big naval review here on the Hudson in New York City. Welcome back to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm Christina Ruffini here with David Gura and our whole team live from the USS Intrepid. We are also watching an air show with jets and planes from all different branches and from different American allies following the river down behind us, down the Hudson.
You said you saw some NATO aircraft just a moment ago, a testament to our team here on the USS Intrepid that you can hear us over the sound of these jets. I mean, it has been constant here over the last hour or so. Still more planes to come here flying up the Hudson as we await the tall ships, which I think are next to pass behind us on the Hudson River, and some more naval vessels as well as part of an inspection that's taking place. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, in Manhattan for that. That's supposed to begin here in the next few minutes as well. In the time that we have left, I want to check in once more with our friend and colleague, Lisa Mateo, who's at Coney Island in Brooklyn.
I feel
watching
like we should try to wave to her. Which way is she?
She's that way, and some distance. It would take some squinting on Lisa's part to make that happen. But Lisa, where do things stand? We're nearing the start of that hot dog eating competition.
She's holding a plate.
Good morning. Yeah, guys. Okay, so you have the jets behind you. I have the sound of the crowd
and people getting ready to take the stage here. This is Nathan's annual hot dog eating contest. The women are taking the stage right now. I have my hot dogs. I am no part of this, just to let you know. But this is something that goes back years, since 1972. This is when this contest first kicked off. There was a person who won from the U.S. because this is a world eating competition, but the person from the U.S. won with 14. Please tune in to today. The record for the men is 76. The record for the women is 51. So you see the difference that we've gone to. But this is a staple in Coney Island, guys. I mean, since 1961, just about. It's been over 100 years. So it's been a long time here, from a Polish immigrant who started in a hot dog cart for a nickel. That's how much he sold the hot dogs for. But it's grown since then. You can see them in supermarkets. They were the first official sponsor of Major League Baseball, too, on top of it. But people from all over have been coming. I've been talking to them all, from Wisconsin to Scotland to everywhere, and even the competitors from all over. So it's been quite a morning, quite an interesting scene here, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Lisa Mateo, thank you very much for that update and updates throughout the morning from Coney Island. We're going to see her back in studio tomorrow, and I should say a bit of trivia here. We were doing that conversation with the Wirecutter writer about hot dogs. The Nathan's hot dogs, decidedly smaller than some of the other ones, which she indicated in the piece that she wrote about the hot dogs might be why they're able to eat so many
David, it's not
Nathan's
the size
hot
of
dogs.
the hot dog. It's
I don't
the
want to get
quality
into
of the
that here
product.
on this auspicious, important day, but we're glad to be here.
Getting a head shake from the professor here, who we've been holding hostage on set so that he can keep giving us context. Come on.
Look,
All right.
we are at the start of what's going to be a very long day of events here in New York City and Washington as well. You can hear the fighter jets continuing to pass us here on the Hudson River. But in the remaining minutes we have, maybe we should just get everybody up to speed on sort of where things stand, what they can expect over the course of the day. We had Jeff Mason just a moment ago, Christina, walking us through what's happening in Washington, D.C., and there were, I should say, grand plans for a parade that would take place in the nation's capital. Of course, we're all familiar now with the Great American State Fair that the president had planned for the National Mall. Because of weather, because of oppressive temperatures, dangerous temperatures in Washington, D.C., a lot of those activities have been put on hold. But we are building up to what will be a speech from the President of the United States in Washington on the National Mall tonight. And then, as we were discussing a few moments ago, a massive fireworks show. The President very eager to have a record-breaking fireworks show in the National Mall that should start around 10:30 p.m. Wall Street time and will go, I think, 40 minutes, we heard there from the head of Pyrotechnico.
Which is late. Yeah, we asked why, and he said that was just when
way it was designed,
Yeah, when
scheduled.
they wanted it, when the organizers wanted it. It will be interesting. The president has promised an extremely long speech. It is a hot day to be doing that, but, you know, the president has a lot of endurance, and so we'll have to see how long that goes. Unclear yet. You know, sometimes when presidents speak, we get remarks in advance. We don't usually get that with this president, who often speaks off the cuff and from the heart, so we'll have to see if it follows some of the remarks he made in South Dakota, talking about communism and threats to the United States, or if he strikes a more conciliatory, unifying tone and on this anniversary of our 250th year as a country. And we are still waiting for these tall ships from all over the world to start coming down the waters behind us. We see any yet? No, we see some spraying.
A glimpse. We'll see how sharp our camera's lenses are. We have Robert Snyder, professor from Rutgers University, Newark, with us, and I'll throw the last question to you here. Were I in your class talking about this holiday, what would you want the takeaway to be for me? Coming out here, seeing this demonstration, meditating on the importance of this anniversary, what do you want people to walk away from?
Two things. The enduring struggle to make the ideals of the Declaration of Independence real for future generations of Americans, and the importance of connection between different people. Look around you. The piers are crowded. People have come out of their apartments, out of their neighborhoods to get together and watch these planes, watch these ships, think about what's happening today, and maybe connect our past and our present. I think that's a good thing.
As we talk about kind of the fractured media environment, the thing that people are not spending as much time together, the one thing that does transcend that is live events. We saw that with the Knicks, we've seen it with the World Cup, and maybe just going out on a pier, standing next to your fellow American and reminding us all what we have in common. And, you know, everybody likes to look at some cool stuff going by on the water. It's not that complicated, but maybe we can find some deeper meaning in the fact that we probably do have more things in common than we realize.
I think that's a great idea.
A moment that I think is challenging for any speechwriter because of what you just said. There is such a spectacular thing happening now. Can your rhetoric match that? And I'm very curious sort of what we hear from the Vice President, of course, here in just a little while's time, what we hear from the President tonight to kind of mark this occasion. But it really is the date itself that carries such import on this, the 250th anniversary.
It is, and it's an interesting time in America. It's an interesting time in the world. We've seen conflict overseas. We've seen conflict politically in the U.S. We've done a whole section on polling, people feeling good bit less certain about the direction of the country over and over again, especially as we come towards those midterm elections in November. But at the end of the day, we are all Americans. We like hot dogs. We like shiny boats with some big sails and some red, white, and blue contrails.
Some loud aircraft
coming out of some loud aircraft. Big thank you to all of our guests. Huge thank you to our crew who managed to save this after the storm last night and set it back up, our producing team, everybody who was involved, and everybody out there watching, and of course our colleague Lisa and her team out in Coney Island.
Happy 4th of July. Happy 250th anniversary. We'll see you in the studio tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern Time for Bloomberg This Weekend on Sunday.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hodern in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg.
We are a very complicated country with a very complicated relationship to family, community. I think all Americans kind of wrestle with that, celebrate that, wrestle with it, wonder whether we have lived up to the nation's ideals. These are questions maybe more at this moment than in any other, as we're on the eve of the nation's 250th anniversary.
Jill Lepore, Pulitzer Prize-winning historian of the United States. I think from your voice, I feel that this weighs very heavily on you, this moment in time.
I think it weighs heavily on everyone, whether it's their job to think about it all day or not. We are in free fall off a cliff. I don't know when we land.
America's big birthday is upon us. It was on the 4th of July, 1776, that a relatively short text, the Declaration of Independence, was formally adopted in Philadelphia. A final departure of British troops from the United States was still some years away, as was the other